Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Asheville City Council meeting. If everyone could just take a moment and silence their cell phones. If you want to speak tonight and you didn't sign up already, you can go out in the hall anytime during the meeting and sign up to speak, and it will show up on our screens in front of us. If everyone could please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Council, we have the lightest consent agenda I've ever seen in my entire life. It only has the approval of the minutes on it. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Kim, so moved.
Sage, second.
All right, I have a motion, a
I
second.
have discussion.
We don't have anyone shockingly signed up to speak under the consent agenda. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we have approved the consent agenda. We have two presentations and reports. The first is the manager's report, and I'm going to turn it over to the city manager, Deborah Campbell.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Appreciate the opportunity to provide you with the manager's report. You all asked for an update on the Human Resources Department organizational assessment, and we're going to provide that for you. I'm also going to be joined by Maida Cummings, who is the Learning and Development Specialist in the Human Resources Department. So we're gonna tag team on this one. And I also don't have any breaks. I mean, that is a slide that says questions or breaks, but obviously if you all have questions of us, please feel free to ask them at any time. So I also got to apologize because we were talking about precedent setting. I have 2 slides with key takeaways. So,
No.
bear with me because there's just a lot packed into this assessment and information, and I really, really want to make sure that you all get kind of the high level of what this process was about and the findings. So we're going to get started. The Human Resources Department assessment was done principally because of concerns that city manager's office, staff, and others had with regards to performance. And so in the fall of 2023, I initiated this process to do a assessment of the department. And I want to start by saying, actually, when we first initiated it and had conversations with the director and HR staff, they actually looked at it as an opportunity to improve performance, and most importantly, to deliver the kind of services that are important for an organization. HR's departments serve an incredible role in an organization, and a lot of that is internal. That is related to retention and recruitment, training and development, employee relations, legal compliance, and all of those things, in particular compensation and benefits, that makes this a employer of choice. That is, people can choose to be here or not, and I should have said employee. So the CMO, again, felt strongly that this needed to be done by a third party, because I think it would have been hard for HR staff to do it themselves. So we hired a consultant, a content expert, to help us in this assessment. So Ralph Tellis was retained in September of 2023, and their work was coordinated with the Carter Development Group, who at the time was also conducting the Cease the Harm audit for the city's reparations, city and county's reparation initiative. Next slide, please. And so updates during this 5-month process was provided to council that included a detailed presentation at your retreat in February. And then we finally got the document finalized to send out, and that was sent to you all on March the 3rd. The assessment identified HR's current state of operations and outlined recommendations to better provide core services. And our goal was to really transition our human resources department from just transactional, kind of pushing papers, to one that was really people-centric. And when Maida provides her piece of the presentation, we're going to talk about what does that really mean. There were 22 recommendations that were proposed that we think provides us with kind of a playbook, a guidebook to enhance service delivery, and most importantly, to improve, we hope, employee morale. The assessment identified operational and cultural issues, and so there were kind of priority recommendations, 1, 2, and 3 as they were classified. Some of them are much more long-term in terms of us being able to respond in an effective manner, in particular related to cultural issues. That's a battleship that takes a little bit more time for us to make improvements or advancements. I want to acknowledge again and thank the HR staff for their support throughout the process and for their willingness to utilize the assessment as a tool to help them deliver HR services in a more efficient and effective manner. And before you go on to the next slide, I really want to also welcome on September the 16th our new Human Resources Department Director, who will be joining us. She comes from a HR director position with Malone University in Canton, Ohio, where she served as the HR director there. So we are fortunate to have her. We also want to thank Cheryl Brown for serving in the interim role. And I should have started by saying we have a cast of HR staff that are here today, both sitting here and some in the back. So next slide, please. Next slide. So I want to talk just a little bit about the assessment process and again the critical role of HR. I don't know necessarily that I need to reiterate in terms of the role that it plays, but in particular, I think there are two or three: talent acquisition and retention. That is, HR departments help us both with retention because it creates the kind of policies, the energy, compensation policies and things that helps us retain our staff, but also it helps us recruit the best and the brightest. And the reason that we are emphasizing the role of an HR department is because, again, of the critical nature of the services that they provide in terms of helping us manage an effective organization, particularly around our ability to retain and recruit employees. Employee development and training, once they get here, we want to make sure that they think that being in the city of Asheville as an employee is not just a job, it can be a career. Compliance and legal adherence, obviously you want to adhere to all labor laws, federal, state, whatever those are in terms of employment, employee relations, strategic planning, and compensation and benefits, which is obviously the biggest one, and it's the biggest part of our budget process. So it's very important that we have appropriate policies regarding those things. Next slide, please. And so this assessment process, again, I won't go into a whole lot of detail, but other than to say we started this process in 2023 of September, and once the group was retained They did a lot of interviewing and talking to people about the assessment and about concerns and issues regarding the HR department. And as I said, throughout the project, Raftelis worked with the Carter Development Group to make sure that there was some synergy and I guess consistency around what they each were discovering as it relates to employment practices and so forth. Next slide, please. And so what were the concerns that were identified by the group? Process and accountability, communication and coordination, prioritization, and work planning were some of the key issues that were identified. Next slide, please. And so if we asked the question, okay, that's a lot, and we can pack a lot of things into that. What specifically are the concerns and the priorities for the information that we got from the stakeholders? Mostly recruitment and onboarding, which means that if we cannot get people, qualified people, once they're hired, if it takes them 30 more days to literally finish all the things that are needed in order to become an employee of the city of Asheville, we will likely miss key opportunities. Communication and training for decentralized HR support roles, policy development and transparency, in particular the policy development and transparency around reclassifications or hiring or adjustments in salaries. Those policies hadn't been updated in a while. We have them updated now. Responsive and equitable decision-making. And all of that rests around having good policies to follow. And so now we are to the recommendation section. And as I said, I'm going to turn that over to Maida to present. And I don't know, Maida, have you been here to council?
My first time.
First time, so
Campbell.
welcome. It'll be okay.
Okay, we'll skip over the normal hazing we do for first timers.
I appreciate that, Mayor. Well, thank you, Ms. Campbell. Good afternoon to all of you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and all the staff here today. Again, my name is Maida Cummings. I've served in the HR team for 3.5 years now, and currently I am an organizational learning and development specialist. So today I get to provide you an update on our progress towards the recommendations made by the Raftelis assessment. And first, let me set context about the recommendations they made. So Raftelis made and identified one recommendation, overarching, which is build a people-centric focus. This is moving HR from transactional to a people-centric HR strategy with strategies and services. And they also outlined some other things. What does that mean? Provide a competitive pay and benefits, share information about the organization and its strategies, provide decision-making, discretions and autonomy, engage employees and build relations, build diversity and establish an inclusive environment or atmosphere, and offer performance feedback, provides a sense of meaning, and boost employee well-being, which we all agree with those. Additionally, Raftelis made 22 recommendations, and these were categorized in 3. And I'm not going to go through all the recommendations here at this point in the presentation. I'll do that in a minute. But the first category was HR strategy and leadership, staffing, and structure. And then third is that has most of the recommendations. It's the HR delivery, service delivery, and operations. And I'm going to immediately move into what those recommendations are and give you an update around this framework that they provided around the priorities. So Raftelis prioritized these 22 recommendations in priority 1, 2, and 3. And I'll first start with priority number 1, which is where we spend most of our time. I also will provide a very high-level status report on priorities 2 and 3. So first, the first one is to position the HR department to be a strategic partner to the organization. 2 things that we've done there is to increase our business hours. We used to close on Fridays in HR. Now we're open all 5 days, just to increase that in-person transactions or anything that the employees might need. We also increased our HR staff to be in the office from 1 day to 3 days. We're also very happy and excited to be onboarding as the next steps our new director, Emily Proven, starting on Monday, and that will start elevating us in HR and the leadership to be more strategic and people-centric partners. We also want to revamp our current service delivery to address and resolve customer concerns in a timely manner and continue to evolve the HR delivery. From priority number 2, these are not in the specific order, but they're just the recommendations priority. So priority 2, prioritize transparency and collaboration with the departments on matters that have operational impact. We have completed the benefit open enrollment process, and this was new. We added a new video platform to guide employees through that, understanding the changes and select their plans. We are in progress, and this will continue to be true to collaborate with all departments to improve our responsiveness by all the HR staff. As next steps, we continue to seek stakeholders' input in the matters that are important to them, especially around recruitment, compensation, and benefits. Those were highlighted as Ms. Campbell alluded before as a concern and stakeholder feedback. Continue to focus on the responsiveness and transparency. 5, you see a lot of recommendations around the structure of the department, and those we are pending the arrival of our new director in consultation with the city manager's office to determine those changes. 6, fill the assistant director of HR position as well. 7, create a manager, HR manager. These are repurposed positions, as well as 10, create another position. Those are existing positions that will be repurposed. Of course, we're waiting for her leadership to determine what that would look like. From the next steps, I just wanted to highlight, since the assessment, we have had 2 vacancies come up. Another my peer, organizational learning and development specialist, and an HR manager. Those are currently open. Moving to 14, prioritize the update of key HR policies, very important to us. We have completed an initial draft of all HR policies and recommended new policies as well. And that is in progress. Stakeholders and final reviews are pending. And from next steps, we definitely have to develop and implement communication and training plans for our leaders and our frontline employees for consistent understanding and application, establish an ongoing process for keeping these up and maintaining them, so we are not where we are today. For 17, develop systems to promote effective communication and collaborate with within the department. This is in progress. We continue to collaborate with each other, including cross-functional supports to maintain and elevate core services, and this has been really instrumental in moving our HRIS implementation, which you'll hear in a minute. And then also in next steps, we have our new director to provide guidance in establishing regular cadence in our internal meetings, which was one of the recommendations or suggestions from the Reptilis.
Can I
assessment.
halt you for just a moment?
Absolutely.
If you can, well, you're kind of, I noticed on 14, and it looks like 16, there's a star that says it's connected to the Cease the Harm. But if you're getting ready to go down that road, I'll let you go down that road before I ask the question.
Yes, those who have stars, I remiss to mention, those are a connection to the Cease the Harm, and later on I will talk a little bit more about the Cease the Harm and the integration of that. Excellent, thank you. Okay, so recommendation number 16 actually was a priority number 2 by the Reptilis and the Reptilis assessment. We are moving that forward because it's critical importance for us as we develop SOPs, standard operating practices, documentation for core HR business process. This is connected to the Cease the Harm audit, and we're in the process of developing guides to support those HR processes, especially focusing on recruitment to support equity and fairness and transparency within the hiring process. Those are critical to move forward. And as the next steps, we have developed standards around the recruitment process to not only support our current process, but also the implementation of our HRIS system. So we want to finalize those HR standards and process pending the review of our new director. And also importantly, it's important to have this so we can pull and review data from the system to ensure that we have fairness and equity in decision-making, such as in transfers, promotions, and hiring in general. Okay, recommendations. I'm going to go pretty high level on these since we have done most of the work in priority number 1, but we're still moving forward. 3, enhance the department's approach to work planning. We have in progress to standardize an approach, an internal approach to basics. So really lay down the foundation of basics for the HR processes and practices to improve the customer service overall, focusing right now on recruitment. 8, create an additional HR position. Then also 9, create 2 talent acquisition positions, and 11, those are all pending review by our new HR director. And 8 will need, 9 will also include budget. It wasn't included in the FY25 budget. Jumping down to 12, we are formally document the role of the HR liaison embedded within the city departments. This role is critical. This is where we decentralize the services of HR, and we are in the process of finalizing what a shared liaison, what is their tasks, duties, and role in the organization. So that guy is in progress, and that is important to us. Then 13, again, develop standard operating practices, procedures, documentation for training, a training program for HR liaisons. Those go hand in hand, but we're in the process of developing HR guides. Those have been finalized and also vetted with our stakeholders and received really good feedback from them to support them in what they do every day around the hiring practices. We are pending communication, formal communication and training that's to come. 15, develop an employee guide to provide organization with convenient access to HR policies. That's pending of the HR policy and also the implementation of a policy software for distribution and also receipt, which was our recommendation highlighted by Rectilus. 19, leverage existing communication resources to develop an annual communications plan. Also pending for our new director to review. She's going to be very busy and provide directions regarding the proactive and comprehensive HR strategy, which of course includes the why, engaging our stakeholder voice and cascading the message to the organization. 21, receive procedures, revised procedures for evaluating and determining compensation and classification actions. This is also connected to the Cease the Harm audit. In progress, we have revised the compensation policy. It's pending review by the city attorney's office. It's also pending communication and training to provide clarity regarding compensation practices such as reclassification and equity evaluations. In progress, we have developed, we're starting to develop a new performance management program to possibly move us forward to performance-based pay. Number 4, last page of recommendations, develop performance measures to inform work planning and communication progress to stakeholders. In progress, considering performance metrics with the redesign and redevelopment of HR processes, ultimately develop and share key HR metrics and data to capture organizational effectiveness, including workload and efficiency and effectiveness. That's within the department. And then we're also in progress. We have increased our metrics in alignment with the UNC School of Governments. We participate in the North Carolina benchmarking. So that 18, strengthen communication and collaboration between HR staff and liaisons in the organization. This aligns with what I said in recommendation in 12 and 13. And in progress, we are committed to hold their monthly HR liaison meetings to just share relevance. We have made that commitment within the department to continue that forum for communication between us and the HR liaisons. Completed, we solicited input for the HR liaisons regarding our HRIS new guides that will be part of training. And 20, develop a compensation philosophy to guide future compensation decisions. This is in progress. We have elevated this recommendation to be part of our fiscal year 2024 organizational work plans, which will include a formal project plan and also engagement of our stakeholders, including yourselves. And 22, develop a deliberate project management approach for implementing technology systems and change, and this is completed. We have developed a standardized, we have found an approach to a project management and to implement not only our NeoGov product, which is the HR system, but I think any technology systems moving forward. In progress, we are launching process for attraction and also recruitment and training and hiring talent. And this concludes the recommendations. Connecting the Cease the Harm audit, so as you know, Reptilis worked with the Carter Development Group, who was here already conducting the Cease the Harm audit. The HR department is strategically aligning projects efforts by focusing on these areas: workforce, diversity metrics, and I'll say in here that we currently have employee demographics that are consistent with the city racial makeup, and we want to continue to monitor that, this employee demographics through this implementation of these two assessments. We also want to build the foundation to provide HR metrics, including the candidate demographics, part of selection process or interview process, and internal promotions, as well as change and compensation changes. Under recruitment and onboarding, I'll highlight that we have piloting the search and screen committees, including blind resumes. We just did that successfully in the executive space. And the employee and development engagement, as you heard me say, we're developing training for not only for leaders, but also employees throughout these initiatives. So with that, in closing, I just want to say that Reptilis assessment and the Cease the Harm have been a great tool for us to really focus our attention on what's important, not only for us in the department, but also our stakeholders. And now, thank you for the opportunity to be in front of you, and I will turn it over to Ms. Campbell.
Thank you. And I will definitely not go through these lengthy key takeaways, but I will see if you all have any questions. And thank you for your patience. I really appreciate it. I know that was a lot to go over.
I just want to ask one question. I know when she was speaking of software, some type of software earlier, and I was just wondering, is that the software that they use to determine
And Sandra,
diversity?
so we don't get
Oh,
can
okay.
you speak into the mic, please?
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Ms. Cummings was speaking about the software, HR software earlier.
Yes.
And I was just wondering, does that basically works with the diversity matrix that you were talking about?
We will be able to pull that information once it's fully implemented. It's NeoGov, so NeoGov is our product. It's an information system for us. Once fully implemented, we will be able to pull information. Right now, it's a very manual process between two systems.
Okay, thank you.
And, we heard from, again, the Cease the Harm audit. For the most part, both city and county need to do better in terms of tracking diversity, in terms of hiring, promotions, and the like.
Great, thanks.
So in my mind, if I had to put things along a continuum or a timeline, I would say that the Cease to Harm audit kind of came first, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And from what I understand, really the impetus for that was from a group of Black women who worked internally with us, speaking to other Reparations Commission members requesting that. And so I'm glad to see a number of recommendations that tie in. So I want to lift those women up in this conversation. With that in mind, I'm wondering how this information has gotten to them, or how we expect to get this to them so that they recognize that efforts are underway. And so they'll know where we are and where they can expect us to be going.
So we sent out this information in terms of an update, actually today to all, the entire management team, and this will be posted out on One Asheville afterwards to the full organization. And we can, because I'm not certain if I know exactly all of the women that you are talking about. If I had those names, we definitely make sure that they got this information. But yeah, we'll be putting this out to the broader organization just after
So
this meeting.
I would say the impetus for this organizational-wide change really is placed at their feet.
Can you, I didn't hear the last.
All these great things that are coming, I think we should credit
Sure, absolutely.
those folks for being brave enough to come forward and to recognize and to bring into the light some issues that, you know.
May not have been brought to light unless we had that input from those women. I agree.
Just chiming in, we talk sometimes about things being posted to One Asheville, and that is the platform for all city employees to be able to see communications from the management to all city
Correct.
employees. So just decoding
Thank you,
that
Mayor.
to speak for everyone.
Appreciate that.
So I know that we have some city staff in the room, and we also probably have city staff who will review this conversation because it affects their everyday lives. So I just wanted to start with that. As a council member, I too have been aware of the staff complaints around pay equity, especially coming from Black women. I wanted to start with an apology to city staff. I'm embarrassed I missed the release of this Raptilus report that came out in February, and then had difficulty finding it when it was brought to attention this summer. And I recognize that if your council member can't access public documents easily, it's not a good sign for the level of public transparency and accessibility of public documents needed to grow and maintain public trust. And I imagine that a lack of timely formal review, public process, and a meaningful response must be so discouraging. Apologies must be met with behavior changes, so I've requested that this report be public-facing and on a public agenda, and that's within the scope of my duty. So I'm glad that this request is what we're seeing here today. As a member of the Policy, Finance, and HR Commission or Committee of Council, one of the presentations we received was on consideration of merit-based pay. It comes up once in this report, and it's fleeting in a package of recommendations. I am hearing concerns from other cities around merit-based pay that includes outcomes related to implicit and explicit bias, as well as potential for retaliation. And given the findings of the harm audit around lacking data, I wonder today, out loud and on the record, what are some of the ways the city is looking to collect data now and moving forward to protect our staff in systemic ways? And what does it look like for staff to be able to bring forward concerns without fear of retaliation? So I see these recommendations here today, and it's not enough that we just hear them. We are going to have to follow up on this, and I'm committed to that. But if we have some guidelines for how staff can bring forward their concerns and what process that looks like, that would be helpful to know.
Deborah, before you
Yes, sir.
answer that question, I just a point of clarification, as I understand it, the Raptilus report was posted on One Asheville back in March of this year. So just
With a message for me that
Yeah.
I sent to every employee in the
so
organization.
you know, kind of a oddity about the role of council versus management and
Correct.
staff is we don't see One Asheville. So we aren't, because we just don't. We don't see One Asheville. So we weren't aware that staff was provided with the report back in March. So just to kind of clarify in terms of the transparency discussion, just making that point. So And then also, Councilwoman Roney mentioned merit pay, which is a recommendation for the city to look at moving to a merit pay system. We don't currently have that system in place. So just to clarify that, because it was a little confusing, sounded like we might already be doing that, but
Right,
we're
it's a
not.
package of,
Yeah,
in a
it's included in
sentence
this.
once. But I think that if we're gonna move in that direction, my understanding is it would require a vote of council according to this document. It's in the Raftellus report. So I just want us to be really careful
Well,
if
it
we're moving
talks
that
about a
direction.
compensation philosophy. That will come to council, and it's coming through
Our budget
policy,
process.
right, through the budget process, and through the committee dialogue at Policy, Finance, and Human Resources Committee.
Right, I mean, management can decide what's the most appropriate structure for pay for employees, but council votes on the budget.
On the
So
budget.
if the merit pay system, for example, were be adopted, it would also have to be voted on through the budget process, and that's how council would be able to review something like that.
So this says here on page 54, the HR director in conjunction with the compensation and benefits manager in the city manager's office should lead the development of Asheville's compensation philosophy. Development should include discussion with the finance department to articulate how the city's financial position influences the philosophy, including defining preferences for pay-related factors such as cost of living increases, merit pay, bonuses, and step or career progression. Once drafted, it should be reviewed by the city manager and provided to the city council for adoption. So that's the only time that merit-based pay is
Right.
brought up. I just want to be really careful as we
So
move in that
translating
direction.
that means that, and we talked about this at the finance committee.
Correct.
You might see something like a recommendation for pay increases for staff that's a 2% or a 3% COLA and another 3% to be allocated by management through a
Performance-based.
merit system.
Mhm.
And that's the interception of where council would be able to have oversight on that. We have a pretty, John is with us tonight, subbing in, and so we're not going to put you on the spot right now and ask you to recite the portions of the charter that talk about our ability to influence HR issues, but there is, we've talked about that a little bit, about our lane versus management's lane, but that's where we would be able to exercise our scrutiny over that system.
And additionally, again, to respond to the transparency issue, that is why we are having these conversations early and often with a council committee, so that you are brought along with us, and it's not a surprise, oh, we brought this, now we want you to take action. But we are learning. We have a recommendation from a reputable content expert that does this for many municipalities in North Carolina. They have made a recommendation, and I actually meant to say this earlier in the key takeaways. This is a starting point. It's not the finish line. It is an opportunity for us to have a baseline. And once we get the new human resources director in, we will have further conversations, possibly change some of those things and not even do those things because they may not, be relevant. The HR field is changing and evolving so quickly, and demands made by employees are changing so quickly. We've got to be nimble and flexible, and again, this will help us. It's a great starting point and game plan, and it levels it. It says, these are the things that you need to be most concerned about. Priority 1 recommendations. Get to work on them as soon as you can. That's what we're doing. But I'm so proud of our HR department staff that said, yeah, I get the priority 1, but there are things in 2 and 3 that we think we can start, or they had already started working on those things, that they are progressing. So, we've come a long way. We know we got a long way to go, particularly related to diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I, as a Black woman, want to address those things.
Did you want to speak to the question about reporting, Councilwoman Roney's question about staff's ability to bring attention to concerns that they have? What the process is for that?
I will not play the role of the Human Resources Director, so I will allow give the director time to get in. She probably don't need a whole lot of preparing, because as part of the interview process, we focused a lot on how the HR assessment document would be, the report would be implemented. And that's why she was selected, quite frankly, because she had the best ideas and was ready to get started. So if you can give me a little time, I will come back with that process.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And if there are no further questions, we usually don't have managers' reports that are this long for the audience, so we apologize. We appreciate your patience.
Oh, no.
We do.
I'd say we're about. So if we're concluded with this one, thank you all. We have
do have.
one other presentation, our fiscal year 2024 annual report.
This one will go quick,
welcome.
right, Tony?
We hope so.
Tony McDowell is here to speak with us about this.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tony McDowell, Finance Director. I'm here tonight with Lindsay Spangler, our new Budget and Performance Manager. So we have another new person presenting to you all tonight. Please don't haze her. And so I'm going to start out and do the first few slides, and then I'm going to turn it over to Lindsay to do the bulk of the presentation. So again, we're excited to be here tonight to present this annual report for fiscal year 2024. Some key takeaways from our presentation tonight. The report highlights many of the achievements and successes from last fiscal year and the work that was done to fulfill City Council's visions and priorities. It's through this annual report and investments in our data and performance that staff will be able to effectively identify and respond to trends as we continue to operationalize City Council's visions and priorities. And then the third key takeaway from tonight is using City Council's strategic priorities and goal statements as a guide. We're going to continue to refine this process, refine the reporting tools, the performance measures, and do all this to more effectively report back to you all and more frequently report to you all on our progress related to City Council's priorities. So just a few key highlights about the report. This is for fiscal year 2024, which is a look back at last year. As you all know, we're on a July 1 to June 30th fiscal year calendar. So when the fiscal year closed on June 30th of this year, staff worked with folks in our departments to update or collect updates on key projects that are on the city's organizational work plan. And this 2025 annual report that is we're presenting tonight and is also published on the city's website highlights the city's progress over the past fiscal year. And as I said in the last bullet there, the report is now available on the city's website, so folks can go and check it out. So how does all this fit into our annual cycle and our annual fiscal year and budgeting? So as you all know, it really begins with you all's you all's vision and priorities. You all set the broad vision for the city, which directs staff to where we should focus our efforts on improving and expanding our services. We then go through the budget process, and through that process, we allocate resources to achieve those priorities that you all have identified. And as we're finishing up the budget process and starting at the new fiscal year, we then start working on our organizational work plan. And that really outlines for us how we're going to utilize those resources to achieve the priorities that you all have identified. And then finally, the last part of this cycle is what we're doing tonight, where we come to you all, we report out on the progress, on your priorities, we talk about performance measures and outcomes, and again, that's where we're at tonight with the annual report. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Lindsay.
Hey, Tony, can you help me with something? You said it's available on the city's website, and when I search for it, the most recent one I can find is for 2023. Would I go to the city's Finance and Management Services page to find it?
So I'm going to let Lindsay, because we actually, I think, just got it posted yesterday, so she, I think, knows exactly where it's at. So I'll turn it over to her.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lindsay Spangler. I'm the Budget and Performance Manager. I'm looking forward to working with you all on our performance, but also on the budget as we start to ramp up that process soon. And I will answer your question, Councilwoman. The report was posted yesterday in English and Spanish. I believe it is on the performance and budget webpage. So, all right, so I'm going to talk you through some of the highlights of the 2024 annual report. So, leading up to 2024, City Council met for its annual retreat and identified these 6 strategic priorities that you see here. I'll walk you through each priority, and then I'll highlight some of the accomplishments and updates that have happened throughout the last fiscal year. So starting with equitable and affordable housing and stability. In FY24, the city updated its affordable housing plan, which calls for enhancing existing tools such as the Land Use Incentive Grant and the Housing Trust Fund. We also utilized $4.8 million of the 2016 Affordable Housing Bond funds to support an addition of 197 new affordable housing units, so that fully obligates the 2016 bonds. The city's also worked to complete the Missing Middle study, which identifies some zoning and regulatory changes that will ensure a wide range of housing options for all income levels throughout the city. And as we move into FY25, we'll be able to utilize this report in addition to the Affordable Housing Plan to inform our actions in the coming year. So to combat homelessness, the city's moved forward with the continuum of care. It's created a governing charter and it's elected new leadership. So the board has participated in trainings and has been moving forward with setting up their organization. In addition, Homeward Bound was able to open a new 85-unit permanent housing development on Tunnel Road, utilizing the city's $3 million federal grant for that work. And lastly, community members have stepped up to learn more about the complexity of homelessness and available resources as part of a 3-part learning series where we had almost 300 community members attending. Neighborhood and climate resilience. So the city's moved forward with implementing phase 1 of the Municipal Climate Action Plan. That includes installation of EV charging infrastructure and assessing opportunities throughout the city to save energy where possible. In addition, we have the single-use plastic reduction project, which got 565 residents to pledge to reduce their own plastic use. The project also did some significant outreach, both in person and through social media, and distributed many reusable bags, always great. And last but not least, the city's developed tools to incorporate climate justice into all city planning and program implementation. We did a lot of work last year to ensure community safety. The city updated its emergency operations plan and continuity of operations plans. These will ensure that the city can respond to a disaster and continue city operations during that time. We also completed the community responder pilot, where a response team that's housed under the fire department proactively assists people who are unsheltered or experiencing addiction or behavioral health issues. So that program is now fully funded, and the fire department's working to fully operationalize the program. The police department, which has experienced a high vacancy rate, has engaged a new contractor in FY24, and they're already working to generate leads and bring qualified applicants through some social media marketing strategies. FY24 also saw the creation of the Parks and Rec mentorship program, which is an alternative to school suspension and focuses on restorative practices to build self-confidence and healthy relationships for teens. So the city continues to do the vital work of enhancing equity across the city. The Community Reparations Commission recently approved 39 recommendations, which will be presented to council in the fall, and then we'll work on implementing those. And last year, we also completed the Cease the Harm audit, as we spoke of earlier, and the disparity study, each of which have provided many recommendations for reducing inequities throughout the city. And FY25 is going to be an exciting year. There's a lot of important work in this area as we start to implement the recommendations that have come through all of these plans. Improving and expanding core services. So the city has continued to do the vital work of the city successfully convened a multi-departmental group aimed at increasing safety and cleanliness downtown. After a successful pilot, the city now has a strategy in place for increased security coverage and community resources to create a better downtown environment. And other successes in FY24 include the development of a general obligation bond referenda, which will be on the upcoming November ballot, and the completion of several key studies and plans, such as the comprehensive facility study, the parking garage engineering study, and the Recreate Asheville plan. And all of this, again, lays the foundation for important implementation work coming up in FY25. Just a few more highlights from the Improve and Expand core services. We've trained 16 community members to be community connectors, so this creates a space for more diverse communities to get their voices heard by city government. And we also hired a water public information officer, which was one of the recommendations in response to the water outage of December 2022. We also increased pay by 5% for all employees and 6% for sworn APD officers, and provided some additional benefits such as relocation assistance, hiring bonus, on-call pay, shift differentials, et cetera. And lastly, we hired some new department directors, such as for development services, planning and urban design, fire, police, and equity and inclusion. So here's just a snapshot of some of the metrics that are included in the report on our core services. Other statistics can be found online in the report, and I'll just note that this year we're working to increase our collection and reporting of metrics, and so we hope to provide more regular updates in the future. Now that we are already a couple months into FY25, I'll take a couple minutes to talk about how the city plans to take our successes from FY24 and move forward into the next year. So for FY25, the City Council has reaffirmed the 6 strategic priorities that we've already discussed with a few refinements. And so we're now in the process of creating an organizational work plan for FY25. And we're using a new project management tool, which will allow us to do better tracking on these projects and provide more updates to both council and the public. And as previously mentioned, we are working to improve our performance metrics to ensure we're able to provide data to the city's decision makers and to the public. And once we have our system up and running, we'll be providing quarterly reports and project statuses. So here is just a look at some of the projects that we have planned for FY25 under each of the 6 priority areas. And again, this is not a complete list, it is just a snapshot. There's 28 projects, and looking forward to kind of getting these built out and starting work on them. And as I've mentioned previously, it'll be an exciting year because we did a lot of work in the past few years on creating plans and studies for a lot of great work that we can start to do. Here we are again at our key takeaways. We've been discussing the FY24 annual report and the successes over the past year, and we're working towards refining our reporting and performance measures, and the annual report's an important step in that process. So that's all from me. Thank you for listening, and thank you to all city staff whose hard work went into achieving all of these goals. Thanks.
Any questions? All right, thank you. 3 of us got to hear this already today in our subcommittee meeting. All right, so that concludes the portion of our agenda concerning presentations and reports. And so I'm going to move us into the public hearings portion of the agenda. Tony McDowell, back for second act, is going to talk to us about a public hearing to pursue and negotiate on behalf of the city debt financing associated with the refunding of $42 million 2022 limited obligation bonds.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Tony McDowell, Finance Director again, and I will just do a quick introduction of this item and then turn it back over to council to conduct the public hearing. So the city's been using a multi-year capital improvement and debt model for a little over 10 years now. That model includes us issuing what's called short-term debt through a bank loan every 2 years or so. We use that money from that bank loan to fund capital projects. You all last approved one of those short-term bank loans in 2022 in the amount of $42 million. And we've been utilizing those funds over the last couple of years for a number of key capital projects in the city, and I'll list just a couple of those. Money from this debt issuance went to the construction of the Broadway Public Safety Station, the Dr. Wesley Grant Senior Southside Community Center, the City Hall Elevator Modernization Project, some of the initial work that's been done at the Muni Golf Course and the repairs that are going on there, and then for our annual resurfacing program as well. And that's just a short list of some of the projects that this money funded. So what we do after we have utilized all the money on these short-term bank loans is we come back to you all and ask for your approval to issue the long-term debt associated with these projects, and that's why we're here tonight. The Local Government Commission requires council to take 2 actions related to this debt issuance. You all took the first action at your August 27th meeting, and then you're required to hold a public hearing tonight, and then we'll be back to you all on September 24th to ask for your approval on this debt refinancing or debt refunding and long-term debt issuance. So with that, I will turn it back over to you all to conduct the public hearing. Thank you.
Okay, and I think on our agenda is a suggested motion. We do not have anyone signed up to speak on this item, so I'm going to open the public hearing and close the public hearing and entertain a motion. Oh, I'm sorry. There's no motion.
There was one.
Motion to set the public hearing, right?
Yeah, there is.
This is one that we vote on at the second meeting, and we have the public hearing today. Okay, thank you very much. Good work. It has a
So this,
It has a
suggested motion, it
on the
just
staff
says
report we
conduct
don't
the
need.
public hearing. Okay, anyway, all right, so we are conducting the public hearing, and there's no one signed up to speak under this item, so I'm going to close the public hearing. Thank you very much. Finance Department, you can leave. All right, item B under public hearings is a continuation of consideration of an amendment to a conditional zoning of 179 and 144 Riverside Drive for the purposes of making changes to the project conditions and site plans to allow for construction of 240 residential units and remove commercial uses from the project. And Clay Mitchell is back, even though weren't you subbing last time? Is it like you just subbed, so you have to stay as a sub?
I was on vacation last week. Yeah, I was this is my application. I've been shepherding it through the entire
Oh, okay,
process.
you were gone last time, but
I subbed in
we
for
saved
Will.
it for you. So
Yes,
you could
thank
come
you.
back and,
Thank
all
you.
right.
I appreciate that. And I appreciate the council's patience with my lengthy presentation at the last meeting. I reward you tonight with a 3-slide presentation,
Yes, we like that. Very good, very good.
including this slide. The staff report is essentially unchanged. It is unchanged. So the August 27th staff report is what is still applicable. What I'm going to go over tonight are the changes from the last meeting, and our recommendation has now changed to concur with the Planning and Zoning Commission in recommending approval to the amendment to the conditional zoning. In the original application, you recall there was space dedicated in the building for commercial use. The amendment to the application showed 1 food truck space on 179. The applicant has proposed 3 additional areas for on-site commercial activity, not within the building, but we think it's a step in the right direction. There's additional spaces for food trucks, shown somewhere on 144 Riverside and some river-based activity, the kayaks or other types of equipment, and then a new EV bike rental space reserved on the space on 179 Riverside Drive. All of these have been incorporated into a set of project conditions that I've had a chance to review, and they capture these. I think the project conditions are adequate. It was a very compressed time frame to get all this work done, but I think we're at a place where we're comfortable with it at this point. In terms of the building design, there has been some work on enhancing the glazing in between the buildings, and this relates to the fact that the building is supposed to look like it's separate buildings, and you're allowed to do that in the form code if there is a pedestrian pass-through. And the applicant has taken strides to maintain a vertical glazing now, so it will appear to be a break, but it will be glassed in. And there's significant depth to this break, and there's no roofing. So when you look up the building, you will see an open sky. In addition, the building has been stepped back on the northern portion, so it doesn't look like one wall. Instead, it kind of has three articulations of the facade. Solar was not proposed as a part of the original application. It was not proposed in the amendment, but the applicant has done some work to increase the engineering of the roof and presumably relocate some of the rooftop mechanical units. And probably, we haven't gotten this detail level, but usually when people talk about solar-ready roof, they're probably going to provide empty conduits so that if solar is installed, they already have the piping to get that wiring to the main electrical service. Pervious parking was not a part of the original application. It was shown on 144. In this change, the most recent, an additional row of parking on 179 on the other side of the street is now shown as 32 spaces of 100% pervious pavers, subject to city review and approval. Rainwater harvesting was shown on the adaptively reused and then subsequently redesigned mill building, which has unfortunately decomposed. It is now brought back as a part of these most recent changes and covers the entire main building at 179. So it's been restored and it's been expanded as a part of that change in the system. Ground level parking access, a new connection is now shown at the northern portion of the building. It doesn't enter the occupiable floor, but it does provide a pedestrian access and a sidewalk to the podium parking. Another change is the applicant is now proposing dedicated EV parking and charging infrastructure, which I've done some research. It can be done. There's a lot of work at the Department of Energy to provide that kind of infrastructure, even in flood-prone areas, so there's no concern about that. In addition, the plaza spaces, which is part of the drive to engage the pedestrian streetscape, has been expanded 3 times, and this most recent application shows additional attention to the details at both the southern portion of the building, where the easements are for the overhead, the transmission lines, and then there's a new enhanced kind of plaza facility next to the food truck area at the northern part of the building. This is a summary of the changes. Accordingly, we find that these are a reasonable improvement in addressing the concerns that we outlined in our staff report with respect to compliance with several of the comprehensive plan elements. And now that they have been added to the project conditions, we're comfortable making a recommendation that we concur with the Planning and Zoning Commission on this application. Thank you.
Any
I just have some design questions for you, Clay. I'm not sure, I'll ask you first. If you don't know it, we can ask the applicant. Some of the additions, like the expanded courtyard, I guess it's called, is it ADA accessible? It looks like it has stairs.
Yeah, it's very flat out there, so the stairs getting into the building are not going to be ADA compliant, but there will be elevators from the podium parking, but the entire surface area is flat of those pedestrian areas.
Well, not the pedestrian areas, it's like courtyards, these elevated grass areas for the community to use. They just don't look ADA accessible in the renderings. I can ask the applicant, I guess.
Okay.
And then, to your experience, this parking pavers is kind of a new thing. I've seen it at some commercial spaces. I'm thinking like Sunny Point. Are there any ADA issues with those that we know about?
I don't know the answer to that question. I do know that having those facilities will require the stormwater to review it, and it does require the owner of the facility to constantly update and maintain it. I think having them in the back of the building that is going to make sure that the building owner aggressively maintains it, because I'm sure the residents will be their prime enforcement technique, wanting to see those function.
Thank you.
Do anybody else have any questions for Clay while we have him up here? Okay. Does the applicant want to add anything?
I can, yeah. They were part of the materials we sent over on Friday. Okay, no worries.
Is it the stuff, we have some added to our agenda. Is it those documents? Oh,
Not project conditions, the materials that were sent over on the 6th. The site plan and the elevations. They're in the agenda. That's okay. Okay, thank you.
you're back to 20 years affordability?
Was that?
You're back to 20 years
I
affordability?
thought it was last time.
Oh, I
too.
thought it dropped to 10 years.
No, that 10 years is what Stoneyard has down the street. And we've got 20. And I appreciate Steph and Clay working with us. My name is Derek Allen. I represent the applicant on this one, and we've been going back and forth with staff and a number of commission members in different commissions here and city council members and trying to land this one. I know that those materials have come through. I'll try to put these up just so other folks can see them. This shows better that articulation and illustrates those conditions that we've handed up. So the conditions that I handed up are the Word versions, and I've got a blue line there at the end, the last 3 pages, that articulates what we have committed to change and was part of Clay's summary that he just put up. What we tried to do specifically was take the comments that we heard from this council 2 weeks ago and put those into conditions with revised renderings as well as revised conditions, and specifically the parts that are related to design elements and making it more approachable from a pedestrian standpoint, both on the railroad side, which is the east side, as well as the 144 side, which is the Riverside. This is another revised elevation that shows what it looks like from pedestrian's point. This is looking north of the building on the right. The river would be on the left. Here's the pedestrian access as well as the vertical breaks in the building.
May I ask you a question while this is up?
You may.
These vertical breaks are improved upon again, but can you explain again why we're not just seeing a break in the building here as prescribed in kind of our 100-foot rule? What is the problem that the applicant cannot meet that goal?
Well, there are design problems, there's HVAC problems, and deeper in the building, there are actually units that are behind that. So once you get deeper into the building, those are connected units. And so it would be a loss in units overall. And the biggest point is, from a design standpoint, this is a break that goes to railroad tracks in the back.
So it's not actually a breakthrough. It's like an access to sides with units behind it.
Correct.
Okay.
And this is the part that shows the added public plaza on the north end, the added sidewalk pedestrian access, which comports with what we heard from the city council the last time to break up the length of that building and activity from a pedestrian standpoint. The vertical glazing is the third point from the left. Another sidewalk, and then the on the southern end, the enhanced plaza there on the southern end.
The enhanced plaza that was added, is it ADA accessible?
I don't think they can build it without it being ADA accessible. And if that's something that we need to make clear with city staff, we will do that.
Thank you.
This side illustrates the additional conditions related to the EV parking on the garage level, the solar-ready roof, the permeable grass pavers that are now included on this east side, and that's right where the railroad tracks on the other side of that, as well as the rainwater collection on the main building, as well as the continued permeable pavers on the riverside. And on the riverside, we have the enhanced programming reserved future riverside retail commercial programming on 144, and that will be a community conversation. But for the time being, we do have that 100% pervious parking there, as well as locations for food trucks, commercial parking. We've been talking with the folks from Asheville Adventure Rentals, which have 5 locations, starting down at the Outpost on Amboy, running down Riverside. In fact, they wrote a letter that you folks should have gotten here in the last day or so. But also we have enhanced commercial activity on the east side on the north end of the building.
Can you tell me more about the vision for these food truck areas? Because essentially my read would be you would plumb in water and electricity and have surface space for them to pull up and egress and entrance so they can pull their car up. But looking at the picture, residents are going to be in that parking lot. So I guess I'm trying to understand, it really just looks like some trucks were pasted in, but like, is there a courtyard around that? Where are people going to stand when they're in line? Like, paint the picture for me of what that's going to be like.
Sure. And on either of those sides, this is something that is designed to be site-specific, right? And so right now, if you look just to the south of this site, there's a food truck in the Cotton Mill Studios right there. That food truck stays there permanently, and these will be permanent food truck sites because they're listed on, and that has a legal distinction that goes with the site plan, and then the food trucks have to pull their permits. But if you look at that, it has a built-upon area that's around it. It has a seating area that's around it. We are hemmed in to certain things that we could do on the 144 side because of where it is. There's a small triangle where you can put in that kind of permanent infrastructure. Otherwise, you're limited with what's in the floodplain. But we would like to have input on that, both from the future residents as well as from our business partners that are around our sites. And so, since that last meeting, one of the things that we've done is gone up and down the River Arts District and talked to those folks, and I know they've been sending in emails and letters to you folks because I've been copied on those, but the folks at The Radical, Amy Kelly and Jacob Sessoms, the different businesses that Amber Arthur owns down there, Old London Road, and Anoche and Penny Cup, High Wires, Adam Sharnack, Devin DeHall at Asheville Adventure Rentals and Cultivate Climbing, Lynn Limmery from the newest brewery down there, River Arts District Brewery. But talking to those folks to confirm what we believe to be the case, which is they want more permanent and consistent residents in this area, and that's what we're trying to bring with this project.
So for the commercial spaces, I just got lost in that response a little bit. It sounds like there'll be a pad with plumbing and water, but there will be courtyard space, there will be seating.
There can be courtyard space.
I guess I'm just trying to look at the difference
courtyard
between,
space and seating.
sorry, hold on, I'm still talking.
Go ahead, sorry.
The area where there's like a develop courtyard pictures on the thing, but, for the spaces near the actual residence, but this just seems a little slapped on. I'm trying to understand what this is actually gonna feel like.
It can have.
Not sure yet is the answer.
Not sure yet, but I've
Okay.
confirmed with my client who's behind me that that can be a courtyard space as well.
I think there's we have some rules around permitting food truck. So it has to have a certain power setup. I don't think there's water and sewer plumbing kind of thing, but there's a certain power setup and kind of parking nearby. I can't remember all the details, but we do have language around how to establish a food truck area.
I'm just trying to understand the vision.
Yeah, it's confusing like that, I agree.
I have a question about this area because I interact with it a lot. Right now, it's all fenced in, and so as far
You're
as
talking about the
placemaking,
parking?
yeah, the parking side.
the parking side.
Um,
yeah.
Two of the things that I'm hearing from the community that interacts with this corridor a lot is the placemaking element.
Mhm.
So right now it's fenced in. Is there an intention for it to stay fenced in?
No, it won't be fenced in once it's built out.
Okay. And then the second question about placemaking was why not have space for public art on the north-facing wall as it's at the entrance of the RAD, but also visible from the interstate?
We love that idea. We would love to incorporate that idea into the building. One of the previous conditions that's been a hangover on this is that there's no art on the smokestack, which is fine. But having art installed on the north end of that building, we're all for that and can commit to that.
It's a great idea.
And I do appreciate that my previous questions about solar readiness have been answered, so thank you, just for
Certainly.
consistency.
Speaking of the smokestack, we had some folks reach out to us about concern about the integrity of it surviving the construction. Is that something that the applicant is worried about, or is there any kind of guarantee that should it, we already lost one structure on the site, should it begin to fail because of adjacent construction, that it will be restored, or is there any kind of built-in
Pinning it, repinning.
preservation?
I think that what we will do, and I'll go ahead and commit for the client, that we will study that to make sure if there's any shoring up that needs to be done prior to construction, that we'll do that. I doubt that we could rebuild it if it failed, but it's certainly a design element that we've intended to keep and made a focal point of the project, so we want to keep that.
Any more that you wanted to say, and any more that council wanted to ask?
I'm still reading over the,
Yeah, I am curious about this. Have we gotten this in any digital form
No.
that's searchable? Because this is not a great way to get
No.
public documents.
So it's, the conditions are exactly the same as they were before. If you go to the fourth page, it starts a red line version.
oh,
Yeah, just, this would be really helpful to have in a digital format for future reference.
Yeah, and Clay and I were working on this literally at 4 o'clock this afternoon. It's like, can you put these into a red line version of the conditions? And so that's what we.
Yeah,
that's
so
what we did.
printing it out and stapling it is great, but that would have been an email. So.
It's been emailed. Yeah, staff has that, but you'll see the changes in the blue lines on the last couple pages are the only changes to the conditions, and they illustrate what was in the chart that staff had in their report.
one of the other big pieces of feedback I've gotten from folks in the area is, some are mostly concerned, like you said, about seeing some permanent residents in the area, which I absolutely understand. Others are also concerned about the loss of commercial activation in this, commercial expansion district. Can you speak a little bit about why you stripped the 14,000 square feet? I know we asked you in a previous meeting, but.
Really the same reason that Stone Yard stripped it down to basically its leasing office, and that is having commercial activity above podium parking, which is not at the pedestrian level, in a place where the leases, those commercial leases, are below market rents compared to other places, is just not economically feasible, and the need for housing in our area simply outweighs it.
Just makes me worry how we're ever going to get the commercial activity down there. And I know, we're kind of at this newer activation time in the River Arts District life, right? It's coming back alive, where we did the form-based code analysis and implementation, so we would see this kind of commercial activation. But so I'm concerned if we're seeing it pulled from all the projects. You know, it's such a common answer that the financial conditions are just too intense right now throughout the industry, not just this project, but.
Well, and talking to folks down there who are in the business of commercial real estate, the thing that they've pointed out and what you've seen is those buildings that exist down there right now, starting from the foundation all the way to salvage station, those buildings that exist are on the ground that are in the floodplain. They're grandfathered in, right? And so those are your obvious commercial spaces because they're on the pedestrian walkway. You can go straight off of the greenway across the crosswalk and walk right into those older buildings. And so those are the buildings that are primed for commercial rehabilitation and commercial use. But once you start to have to build new construction, you have podium parking, you start to put retail above that, those are going to be at a market disadvantage until all those commercial spaces are filled in.
So this is curious, just for my council colleagues here, because I've been reaching out to folks who rent commercial properties, and there's not enough studio spaces and small spaces, micro spaces, spaces for entrepreneurs. There's a long list of people waiting in line for a commercial space, maybe not for large-scale commercial, but it does make one wonder if we're really talking about the resale factor instead of the actual demand.
Yeah, I guess I was thinking back about the River Arts District and its recent advancements and like the, $80 million in infrastructure, and now I think we have the longest protected bike lane in the state. Is that right? No? Okay. I think it's something like that. Well, we've done a lot of work to this area, and then we're kind of not seeing the housing follow. We've seen some try, like Radloff's took a decade, maybe? Is it a decade it's taken?
Could be.
And it's troublesome. Because these initial projects coming out of the ground are crucial to how the area is developed overall, I think. And I still have concerns around the 5% affordable, partly because, this is our River Arts District where we have so many artists living. But, in thinking like the history, like when New Belgium came to us, it was a big project. Everyone was really excited. They did wonderful remediation techniques and stuff to the rivers and waterways and stuff. And it was just something everybody was able to get behind. And this one is just still, it didn't pass our design review committee. It didn't get supported by the Riverfront Commission. And so I'm torn between how to get economic development and activity and permanent residence in this area while supporting the artist community and their affordability needs and supporting commercial activation as it grows. It's a conundrum for me personally. It feels like a little bit of a lost opportunity, that it could have been something a bit more amazing and exciting.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, we did do a public hearing on this item last time, but we'd let people sign up to talk about it again. So, council, a couple of these folks did speak on it last time. Does anyone have any? We could call the new people, or we can just call all the people.
How many are repeats?
There's 4 total.
How many are repeats?
2, I think. 2 are repeats.
Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. Anybody?
It's 4 people. I don't know. Your call.
Okay. All right. So normally, if we conducted the public hearing on an item, we don't conduct a second public hearing unless it's substantially changed, but then it would have to go back to P&Z, which it's not changed enough for that. So, all right, so folks, if you are signed up to speak under this item, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Please watch the lights on the lectern. And green means go, yellow means you're almost to the end, and red and the buzzer means stop. The first person signed up under this item is Paul Howell.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, city manager, assistant city attorney, assistant city managers, and the glue that holds everything together, Maggie. Good evening. I sit back there and listen to all these fine amendments that have been made to this project, and I applaud them. Yet, I'm sitting back there looking, and I see the height of that building is 6 stories.
7.
Is that 7? 1, 2, still whatever it is. It does not meet the requirements still for affordable units. Nothing was said about that, more affordable units for the space that's being asked for. So while you sit up here and contemplate approving everything that's being done to the outside, you're still not doing nothing about more affordable units being placed in there. And if I'm not mistaken, wasn't that the purpose of this form code thing right here, form-based code, was to provide more affordable housing in areas where people can't afford to live, but they can afford to live through affordable housing. For each one of those apartments there, you might have one person within the city that could afford to live there, and 5 people that work in the city that can't afford to live there. So how is that balancing out? I mean, it's not balancing out. We need some kind of adjustment to determine what affordable housing really is around here. Because building all these buildings with all these rooms, you went from 134 rooms to 200. Come back here. You went from 134 to 240 rooms, units. Yet still, you just got 12 affordable units out of that. I mean, people come in here, I don't know what is the sentence that they're using to get these deals or whatnot, because, I mean, we're not really getting enough affordable apartments in these places. And then if you want to say affordable, you got single mothers that's working 2 or 3 jobs. They would like to have a nice place to live too, but these places are unaffordable for them. So, I mean, who are these places affordable for? That's what I'm saying. If y'all approve this and don't have them add the more affordable units that the form-based calls for, that'd be wrong. That's all. So I'm not here for no arguments or nothing tonight. I'm not feeling good, but it's just wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew Paul.
Hi, everyone. I'm Andy Paul. I'm a lead organizer with Asheville for All. I want to speak in favor of this development. I don't think this is a no-brainer, and I really do appreciate all the sides here. I understand you all want to make this district an active, inviting place. And I understand the design principles here in terms of wanting to promote walkability and placemaking. I think we can have long-term plans in the UDO and general rules, but we can also turn on a dime and say, what do we really need right now? And you know, that's what conditional zoning is for. Almost every day I go through the River Arts District. I live just on the other side of the Amboy Bridge. And every day I see dead space everywhere. The River Arts District is mostly surface parking and undeveloped lots. And on the other hand, I don't think any building where 200 people and families are going to live should be called a dead space, especially with the density we're talking about here and the way that the building interacts with the street and the greenway. If this were a quarter mile further south, I think it'd be a different conversation, but this is not the heart of the district, and it's just south of the Bowen Bridge, which, let's face it, is its own dead space. You know, you can be in Manhattan, you can be in Union Square, and still not find mixed use at the bottom of every residential building. What we really need now is housing, and this is a spot with the infrastructure and amenities to support it. It's a spot where you can walk south, certainly, to all the new commercial that's coming in, but you can also walk to the Grove Arcade in 25 minutes. And there's going to be the Gateway District, a 15-minute walk away, and I know that's decades and decades and decades from now. But I think it's useful to think about, you know, what do we need right now, and what are we going to need for the future? Ultimately, I think the answer for that is housing. Thanks.
Thank you. Jared Wheatley.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Jared Wheatley, speaking as just a resident here in Asheville. Appreciate all the lively debate about the project. Like Andy said, it's definitely not a no-brainer. There are many complexities. We've heard about sustainability, whether that's solar ready or environmental concerns, I believe were brought up as well. There's a retail component, which we have to have small businesses if we're going to have a circular economy. and then affordability. And all of these things are interwoven in our community. For instance, Western North Carolina is heavily car dependent. So Buncombe County itself is one of the few places where I think auto dependency is less than 35% of a resident's income. Providing housing near the urban core of our city is important for the overall affordability calculation. Same with sustainability. We have to provide folks the opportunity to use multimodal transportation and maybe someday also transit. But I did hear mentioned at the last meeting that we don't want to see this lot empty for another 20 years, which I would agree with. But there's an interesting thing. All the concerns come with a cost, and all those costs kind of add up if you're a developer to maybe the rent not being high enough. You know, if we want all these demands to be met, actually we need higher rent in our city, which is also counterproductive probably to some of the goals that we have as a community. So it's just something to consider, that we have to pick and choose and balance. Right now it is primarily not a place for residents. The River Arts District has very few residents, and the residential units that are being built now were developed 10 years ago or entitled 10 years ago and are just being delivered today. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Marty Benson?
Hello, friends. We need more housing, and we've been getting some lately. We maybe potentially just got a little bit of a win. I'm sure that all of you saw in the Citizen Times earlier this week. There's a projection that rents may potentially drop for the first time in 6 years in Asheville. 2 days later, Smart Cities Dive released an article suggesting that multifamily building permits in the United States are dropping, and that's due to inflation and the cost of building and developing. I believe that the reason that we might have this win of rents dropping in the near term is because we've been adding supply. It's important to remember, I am a proponent of affordable housing, but it's important to remember that without a direct subsidy of that affordable housing, the cost just gets put off to the other residents. So you can't have a fall in average area rent unless that affordable housing is actually subsidized. And so it can't result in an average lowering of rent unless that affordable housing is subsidized. So I think that our supply is what's leading to that potential gain in our affordability. And this is an area, like Jared said, that doesn't have a whole lot of housing. I spend money down there all the time, and I don't live in that neighborhood, but I'd kind of like to. This is not a perfect project, like both of those guys said. I would love to see more affordability and commercial, but it looks like that's just not on the table. And what we have to ask ourselves is whether we want some more housing now or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes the folks that have signed up to speak under public comment under this item. So I'm going to close the public hearing. Council, it's now on us to ask any further questions, make
I
any
just
comments.
have a couple points, and I don't know if it resonated last time, so I'm gonna repeat it. This council, though I voted against it, made the mistake of ruining transit access, safe transit access for this project when we downzoned the project on Robert Street. There are a variety of reasons why we have to think more holistically about our conditional zoning projects and our planning and zoning when we think about mapping the current and future state of transit. I'm deeply concerned about how these folks are gonna move without a car, though it is right in front of the huge greenway, not having access to things like the grocery store is a problem.
Because don't we have some city-owned land in that very area that if necessary, we could just add a transit stop there?
So that would require, I mean, we can't even get South Asheville Transit Service done, so I mean, we're talking long range. And it took years to get the Hill Street stop, and that heads in the wrong direction, and it took years to get the Depot Street stop, and that heads, you have to go all the way out to AB Tech. All I'm saying is, it's within a half mile of transit, and we messed up that, in my opinion. The other thing that I'm concerned about is, we even heard concerns from public comment today, and this doesn't get a passing grade like a math test. It just really kind of stinks that we have to give it a yes or a no. That's all.
I suppose I was hoping from the last hearing to this one to see greater breaks in the building. And I'm, walking in today, I just wasn't even in support of the project for a number of reasons I laid out. I won't belabor with, again, this hearing. But I'm coming around to it, and I'm trying to reconcile in my brain how we're gonna get housing jump-started down here. And if it's worth the risk of allowing what I call these 100-year projects. Who knows if they'll stand for 100 years, but for 100 years, it's likely that this is what we'll see right there. And will it meet the future needs? And it's hard to say in these early economic development activity periods. It's hard to say if we're betting well and hoping it works out. I personally wish there was activation. I personally wish there were breaks in the building. And I do think when we allow the rule that I think Paul spoke to it in public comment, you can go up to 5 stories in this area, and if you can go up to 7 stories by right outside a conditional zoning process if you include 20% of the units as affordable. And that's what's being bypassed here, and it's essentially why the conditional zoning process exists, right? If they can't meet the by right terms, then they have to come to us for special permission. I think looking back, we've approved a similar project down the road that had the 5% affordability. I think it was actually a less period, it was for 10 years, and we had the same conversation then. Are we able to get behind these early projects to help them come out of the ground and get the whole area activated and going? And I'm surprising myself, but I'm gonna switch to a yes tonight on this project because of it, and I'm gonna hope for the best, and I guess we'll just have to double down on affordability in other ways. One of the ways we're looking at as a council in the future is a greater by right process for these types of projects. Maybe it's some upzoning, maybe it's some overlay. We're still tumbling through the wording process, but how to get these type projects through a less political and more outcome-based prescriptive process. So I think we have some stuff on the horizon that's gonna help with housing by right and with affordable unit creation. So I'm gonna hedge my bets and end up supporting this project tonight.
And I would like to,
Go ahead.
and I would like to say, basically, I had some of the same concerns that have been echoed here in council. One of my main concerns was the affordability component. However, if you look at where this particular project is being built, in a flood zone, which basically requires additional expenses to actually be able to bring it out to the ground and make sure it's sustainable. And as you know, previously we've had other developments that have actually been permitted, but we do not see them. They have not come to fruition. And for that reason, we do need housing, and we do need housing everywhere. And of course, any housing is better than no housing, because basically the more housing we have, the better we can sort of get a handle on the rents and cost of real estate. So therefore, I will be supporting this project. Hopefully, like Sage was saying, we do have other affordable products that are coming to the market. And we will, the ones that we can actually control, or we can have some input, we will. But sometimes when others come to us like this one, which, like I said, there's a lot of cost involved and a lot of expense, and I would hate to lose this project or have it sit for a couple of years. I'd rather approve it now because the Riverside District needs housing. Thank you.
Council, we do have a suggested motion if anyone wants to take a glance at that while we're hearing anybody else speak on this.
No, but whoever does do the motion, I would like to suggest they also add in those two things we discussed, which is preservation of smokestack, kind of already in there, and ADA accessibility for plaza areas.
So,
Whoever makes the motion, just please consider adding those two.
So, hold on. We're going to do this because technically the applicant will need to agree to add the term, which I
It
think they
sounded like
will.
they
So
did.
let's just get,
I believe there's
think
also a
they did.
condition about the art on the north side of the building. Is that a condition that was
Oh,
also
I
agreed
heard
upon?
4, art on the north side of the building, plaza at the food trucks,
Oh, yeah.
ensuring ADA accessibility in the plaza, and
the plaza or the parking lot? The plaza and the parking lot.
Spaces, the plaza spaces that were added. In the renderings, they have stairs only, so just making sure.
Well, there's an elevator, right? So that's the ADA.
They said they'd do it. So, okay, you added plaza at food
Did you
truck.
say there was already a smokestack condition?
Well, I think
No.
at first I don't know if there's a condition
Hey,
because
say,
we just
do
got it.
your mic.
I'm not sure if there's a smokestack condition. I was trying to read as fast as possible here, but maybe.
Okay, did you get all that, Derek?
I think so, and I'll repeat them back because I think they're all acceptable. We will install public art on the north side of the building, not on the smokestack. The plaza on the south end, the expanded plaza, will be ADA accessible. And the construction methods will take care and priority to make sure that the smokestack is preserved.
Yep.
Then there was the food truck in there? Yeah.
And the
Plaza.
food truck areas on the food truck area on the 144, the Riverside, will have seating and dining areas that would be river appropriate and as approved by the city.
Okay, so you stay right there. Maggie got that? John, you guys will, yes. Okay, so there's a motion at the bottom of page 6. Can somebody make this motion and say, including the conditions that were listed here 2-4? Okay, ready, go. Somebody read it.
Not I.
It's
Staff finds
here.
that the proposed changes are reasonable improvements in addressing.
Is this it?
No, that's not the
No,
motion.
here, do this one. Yeah, this is the one.
Move to recommend approval for the conditional zoning amendment request for the property located at 179 and 144 Riverside Drive as adopted in ordinance number 4398, zone commercial expansion, conditional zone, and River Arts District, open space conditional zone, and find that the request is reasonable, is in the public interest, and is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan and meets the development needs of the community in that request. Provides its in infill in the development targeted area, growth area, and 2, increases access to safe bicycling, and 3, increases the diversify the housing supply.
And to include the 4 additional conditions that we listed prior to you making the motion.
And to include the
The
4
4
additional
conditions.
conditions applied prior to this motion.
Okay. There's the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other questions or comments? All right, all those in favor, please raise your hand. All those not in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes that item. We have 2 other public hearing items on our agenda tonight. The first is a public hearing to consider an amendment to the Unified Development Ordinance to revise the cottage development standards. Everybody, we have an unusual situation tonight in that this is a citizen-initiated code change. And that citizen is Barry Bialik, and he is here, and he is going to make the presentation. I know we don't have walkout music or anything, it's not as exciting, but you just have to imagine it.
I've got a couple slides that I'll go into it, but yeah. Thank y'all for hearing me out finally. And so, first of all, I actually walking through the room, I just need to acknowledge I did not invite all these people, but I think I have 7 people in the room who live in houses we've built. 3 of them, I have to say, are my family. So I've got my children here and me, but then there's actually 4 different people here who live in houses I built who I did not. One of them works for me, so he had to come, the others didn't. But I just want to thank them to show the support that people who actually are workers, once they have housing, how much they have a voice and appreciate it. So anyway, here we are. So we're going to talk about the cottages first. I think we're going to present these as 2 separate packages, is my understanding?
Yes.
So, okay. So the cottage development, so these, cottage development is something that exists, as we know, in our ordinance. And I'm going to start first with the kind of the why we're doing this. So these are like proven tactics that do work and exist in other municipalities. We have the cottage development in our ordinance right now. It's limited to a minimum of 5 units, maximum of 15. It's a tool that has not been used much because it has a lot of limitations. I personally I've applied to use it 3 times. I've actually never built a cottage development because the rules to make them happen are very complicated. The citizens text amendment one, please. Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. Can I make it bigger or no?
It needs to be in presentation mode, I think. Well, actually, you can make it bigger, just hit the plus down at the bottom of the screen.
Okay.
There we go. Look, okay.
It'll work?
Maybe slightly less big.
There you go. Okay. So first of all, there's the question of why are we doing this? I always like to start with the why. So one of the things through the data research I've put together for this is that over the past 3 years, all of the houses in the city of Asheville that have sold and closed less than $375,000 have been built by private builders. So the nonprofits have not built, they've done other stuff, no question, I'm not going to discount their work, but they actually have not built and closed and sold any houses in the city of Asheville in below $375,000 in the past 3 years. So all of the houses have been by private builders, no Habitat, no Mountain Housing, no Land Trust. And then me, the citizen who's applied for this. I'm the past chair of your Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. Of those, I've built 50% of the homes that have sold for less than $375,000 over the past 3 years, and I'm really trying to do more of those, and I really need your help in this. I'm a member of your Development Services Citizen Advisory Group, so I help advise on code changes, development services process, Excel, I know all about it. But most importantly, I grew up in affordable housing. I grew up in the largest affordable housing development it was in New York City. I went to school my middle school was in a parking garage. It was below a parking garage. We didn't have walls, we had lockers. People can throw things over them. But I understand affordable housing, and I'm fortunate that I'm in a position now that I can help build for others, and I'm not in affordable housing myself. So part of why we hear about process is to understand what simple subdivisions are. Simple subdivisions here in Asheville are things that are minor subdivisions. We've had over the past 2 years, 176 applied for, 146 approved. These are ones that don't involve road creation. They're generally minor subdivisions. 21% of those have included flag lots. Again, as I said, no cottage developments. Large projects move really slow. Over the past 2 years, we've only had 6 major subdivisions applied for, and only 2 have been approved. Level 1 zoning permits, which is anything between 3 and 19 units, we've only had 14 projects applied for that were residential, and 5 approved. Level 2, which is 19 to 48 units, we've only had 7 projects applied for over the past 2 years, and 1 approved. So the point I'm trying to make is that our process is really slow. And while we know we need to work on that, and we really do, we have a car that needs an engine overhaul. In the meantime, it needs gas and oil. That's what we're here for tonight. We're going to play this video that we prepared. It's been some of my friends, good friend of mine, is a video production company in town. He helped put this together to explain the message.
Barry, you have more than 10 minutes.
For much of the past 7 years, I've chaired the Affordable Housing Committee for the city. And I've seen how we just do not produce enough housing, and that the rules for creating housing, especially for making land to put housing on, really make it even more challenging than it should be. As a business owner, completely non-related housing business, say I'm Mars here in town, I intimately know the housing situation of my employees and how difficult it is, how they struggle, even though they get paid good income in the restaurant and hospitality world, they still can't afford housing. Many people spend more than 50% of what they take home just on the cost of their house, and that's not sustainable. And there's things that we can do as leaders in our community to assist with that. One simple rule change will open up 12,000 building lots in the city of Asheville. And that means that's close to where people really want to live, close to the restaurants, close to the shopping. Housing is very connected to homelessness, housing is connected to wages in town, and our town and city is not going to grow more unless we can provide the housing for the companies that want to come here.
When companies relocate, they want to know that you have a pool of talent available. If you ask the talent base, what are they looking for? That affordable, attainable housing is a significant driver for why they locate in communities. If you can get a home and you have a career ladder that you can work your way up and grow a family there in that community, housing is like planting seeds today of hope for the future.
We as a community really need to decide, do we want to continue to provide homeownership opportunities for our workforce? Cost of land historic.
Oh, it's
Loading.
Everything takes a little longer.
It does, yeah.
As soon as you start City Hall.
Do we need to unplug the router?
Let's see, Maggie's gonna start and stop.
You want me to try?
Press the play again.
Yeah. You wanna get on my hotspot?
I have a hotspot.
Yeah.
Start it back up again. Let me try to start it back up.
Oh, yeah, there's that.
It's glitchy.
For much of the past, said how difficult it is, how they struggle, even that we can do as
You were at 2
leaders
minutes,
in our
okay.
community, just in town, and our town.
Housing is a significant driver there in that community. Housing is like planting seeds today.
That's good, that's good.
That's good.
Workforce. Cost of land historically has always gone up. There's no more land that's being produced anywhere. And particularly in Asheville and Buncombe County, where we have these beautiful mountains surrounding us, the topography constrains where growth and development can happen. So even though the cost of land has steadily been increasing, it's increased so much over the last few years that it adds to the cost of buying homes, particularly for first-time home buyers.
When our city was first designed, the city was designed and plotted out in the 20s. And there's a lot of lots that are 50 feet wide by about 100 to 150 feet deep. So they're between 5,000 and 7,500 square feet of lots. If we take these building lots that still exist, if we can create tools to put smaller pieces of land, put smaller houses on, then the prices for the ultimate house can be made more attainable. And that's really the thrust of what we're trying to help the city realize. So we're trying to open up the rules by sharing what we've identified and make it accessible to more people. Durham just yesterday was in the news as one of the top real estate markets in the country. Passed this package of rules back in 2019 that made it easier to create more small lots. The planning department did a report to their council last year after 4 years in effect that the amount of demolition permits for houses in what Durham refers to as an urban tier decreased from 2019. Because the changes did twofold. What it did is it created an option for someone who lives in an older house that might need work. It gave them the option to sell off their backyard and open up the funds to repair their house or be able to retire or have that to pass on to their family. It actually worked to help legacy families in the neighborhoods.
It allows for more housing, and particularly more affordable housing, right? You get to cut down on all these additional costs that include development. And if you can bring those costs down, you're going to allow for just more building to happen, more people to move to your city, and a lot of that development to happen on a cheaper cost basis, right? And I think that helps everybody involved. So I think it's huge.
As I was preparing for one of the council meetings, I was at a cafe with my son, my 15-year-old son, and he was reading through my notes, and he said, "Dad, everybody deserves a place to live." And I thought, like, boy, you just summed it all up. Because that's what it's about. It's about everybody needs a place to live. And we don't have enough places to live, and we're not doing enough to create places for people to live. And it's up to us and the leaders in our town. A leader needs to take bold steps because people need a place to live that they can afford. And our city, for it to grow at all, needs housing for the companies that want to move here. Darn it, we're going to do it. Thank you. For much of the past All right. Thanks. So what we're going to do, so I'm going to run through the cottage stuff real quick, and then I guess we're going to stop. Staff's going to present, then we'll move on to the flag lots. Is that what we're doing? Okay. Okay. Got it.
Yeah, so we have a bunch of folks signed up under cottages, and then we have other people signed up under flag lots. We have to do them separately.
Got it, yeah. But I think the public, everything's very related, yeah. But
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so our infrastructure stinks. And really, like, as much as we have our missing middle study together, the missing middle is not based on reality because it does not take into account our infrastructure. Our infrastructure needs to lead our zoning. These changes from the cottages and the flags are ones that work where things are existing. So that's why these are such important. And here's what I'm going to say about our infrastructure. A lot of this you know, but water lines, they're substandard, they're undersized, poor pipe quality. In the middle of West Asheville, we have new water meters being denied because there's not enough water flow. And then any kind of extension, developer has to bear all the cost, which means I'm doing a project off Hendersonville Road. I'm going to drill a well off about 300 feet from Hendersonville Road to service a development of probably 7 to 8 because the expense of extending the water line from Hendersonville Road where Biscuit is too expensive. So I'm going to drill the well. We need to do something about this. Sewer, there's gaps in coverage all over the city. Sewer mains regularly run through private property and new homes don't have the legal right to connect. In your missing middle study, 2 of the examples of properties don't have sewer. Poorly mapped lines are all over the place. MSD always tells me I rewrite their GIS every time I build. Undersized lines can't be extended without developer doing all the upgrades. MSD's charter says they can't extend their own lines. It all has to be done by private developers. And then where this kind of ties into specifically for cottages and the need for 2 instead of 3, and for flag lots, which are the simplest 2-lot subdivisions, anytime you have 3+ houses needing new service, you have to apply to MSD for an allocation, and their standard policy is to ask you to extend the sewer main, meaning manholes, meaning all that, and that works against our topography. And then the expense we have to do in grading, we have to overgrade sites to get gravity-fed lines. So it's not compatible with our topography. Stormwater is a joke. The majority of even our densest residential zone properties don't have access to city stormwater system. Look right off Patton Avenue, the Patton apartments that went in. I used to own that house behind it on Pearl Street. Every time it rained, all of Patton Avenue used to flood and create a river behind my house. So if any stormwater is required, all of the maintenance Any of the lines that run through private property are the responsibilities of the individual. The city doesn't have any maintenance, any acceptance of responsibility. So all of these things are things that whenever you apply for a level 1, level 2, major subdivision are things that are our developer expenses, which is why we don't have these projects, is because small projects can't bear and spread the expense of that. It's not uncommon for an infrastructure extension of just a water line to be $200,000 to $300,000. The goal of what we're doing with everything between accessory dwelling units, flag lots, and cottages is more attainable homes. We're not talking about affordable necessarily with a capital A. We have other programs. We have things working on these. These are for our workers. These are the lowest cost houses for sale. These are some of the more approachable rentals. It doesn't mean, these are ones that we as private builders are still able to build without subsidies for the people that need them, and that's what we're trying. These are the changes at a glance, and that's what's so important is I want to share is how little we're doing. The cottage development is something I changed in 2016 when Alan Glines was here and Shannon Tuck, and they helped actually teach me how to do this, so you can blame them. So what we're trying to do, the main thing, is right now the code says you can build a cottage development from a minimum of 5 to 15. All we want to do is change it to 2. There's actually nothing that requires, if I got it designed for 5, there's nothing that requires me to build all 5. You could just build the 2. So there's loopholes around them. So what we do is by changing it to 2, we make this compatible with our lowest threshold small developments. 2 can share a driveway without needing full fire access. We can have sewer without the costly sewer extension. We can have quicker site plan review without necessarily having to go through a level 1. And it's compatible with residential building code, which I'm sure you might be aware of yesterday. Like the building code is changing to allow up to 4 residential units, 4plexes. The governor vetoed it. It was overridden by the Senate yesterday. It will most likely be overridden by the House tomorrow and will become law. So that means we really need to look at all of our rules for what does this mean. But in the meantime, we have a quick fix. We have something that will actually help, something that's in our code we can adjust to work. This will make this more approachable for smaller builders and homeowners. When you have a project that's minimum of 5, the expense for that could be $50,000 of engineering and design easy. So that means only the biggest players get to do this. This will make this easier for little people. The other change is allowing 2 cottages to be attached. The cottage development already limits the maximum size to 1,400 square feet. Right now, it does not allow them to be attached. They have to be standalone. One of the amendments is just allowing them to be attached, part of this. The other part is removing, it's called the primary street facing and build line requirement. Every project I've ever done, the 3 I've applied for I couldn't make, have been killed because of this, because we're not a linear city. When you have a project that's at the end of a street, such as a project like Pine View, which was a mountain housing one, they tried, they gave up, they sold it to me. It's really hard to determine which way do you face, and we have code that was lifted from other places, which is really common when you write in the UDO. It's lifted from other places, but it doesn't take into account our topography and our uniqueness. So our method is through the text amendments to change the wordings to make them usable. The other part is to remove the restriction limiting 200-foot proximity. This thing is barely used anyway, so if this is a tool that can create workforce housing, why limit it? So those are the changes at a glance. This is just a copy of the ordinance. But one thing I do want to point out, because I know your staff report today recommends against it, when we were going to be up in October with this originally, the staff report recommended approval of this. So we agree on all the technical points. From my understanding is, the staff is on their report this time is recommending against, really because they've been told to not do anything until the residential bundle comes online. But technically, we've actually worked a lot of this out on this and the flags, and I believe we are in technical agreement, enough to the fact that if we go through their approval recommendation from October 24th and we go through their cons, at least 2 of them have already been addressed because this has probably had more public engagement over the past 18 months than just about many other things. So I think that's what I have on the cottages. I have lots of data, so I have lots of things I can answer questions if you have, but really The plea is we have tools in the UDO. We're not introducing or trying to change or make anything new. We're just trying to, from learned experience of creating housing in town, we're asking for the most minor changes that can make it easier for us to continue to provide the most affordable housing for people.
Okay, do you have any other parts of the presentation before we open the public comment?
No, I think the rest is all for the flag lots.
And council, any questions of Mr. Bialik before we open the public comment? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I have a note on here. We're going to hear briefly from Chris Collins. I have Chris on here, but whoever you decide, whoever, okay. There's been a change up in the batting order. Okay.
Hi, Vidila Satnika, Planning and Urban Design. Good afternoon. I will be brief. For this proposed ordinance, staff is recommending denial because the proposal conflicts with the intent of this or any cottage development ordinance. To be clear, the purpose of cottage development is to enable the creation of housing communities that cluster smaller homes around a courtyard for greater social interaction, for shared use of parking, and recreational spaces, and to lower housing costs. By reducing the minimum number of cottages in any cluster to 2, those communal benefits are much more difficult to accrue. And perhaps most importantly, this proposal would effectively create a way to build 2 detached housing units per lot in RS8 zoning district, which is not currently allowed. Staff supports the creation of more housing opportunities citywide, but not through loopholes. We believe that a better process would be simply to adjust residential single-family zoning standards. So staff recommends denial of the resident-led proposal to this section of the UDO and finds it unreasonable and not in the public interest because it conflicts with the intent of cottage clusters, as stated in the UDO, and acts as a way to circumvent permitted uses within certain residential zoning districts. Thank you.
Okay, any questions of staff?
I have some questions, Vidila. Really just one question. I mean, I guess I'm not really following one of your points around the reduction to 2 and the lack of community space. I mean, I get some of these cottage courts, the one on, I think it's 7 Court or something in West Asheville. I love it. It's really well done. But if it had 4 or 3 units, it would still really be well done. So why do you think that there would be less, communal space if there's only 2 structures there instead of 5? Like, I mean, overall, there's less land. What is your thinking?
So the architect who developed the cottage ordinance standard believes, I think it's 5 is the minimum. So it's really about creating community clusters. You can still have great open space, right, with 2 units. We're not arguing that. But the point is, if we want to simply allow, the intention here is to build 2 units in RS8. Right. If that's the intent, we should simply adjust RS8 zoning standards to allow for 2 units. That would be a fairer process so that everybody, all citizens understand that when they call the planning department and say, what can I build on my property? Somebody can simply say, we allow 2 units there. You wouldn't have to understand the cottage development ordinance and say that there's this loophole.
So it sounds like maybe we should do that too. I guess one of the reasons that I'm asking is because we see this in the duplex area too. It's like we are making the structures sit on the parcels in a certain way and facing certain ways, and it's just restrictive. So like with 5 cottages, it lets them all face each other, and then you have the shared courtyard, and it's wonderful and communal. And then like with duplexes, they can never face the road, or they have to face the road, so there's all this lost land.
Townhomes.
Townhomes, thank you. I just don't know that that's getting to our goals. It's almost like we're being too punitive on which way a house faces.
I guess, the missing middle housing study recommends a minimum of 3. Do
you know why that is? What was the thinking?
It's really for shared community to have a minimum number of people living together, sort of. You're sharing resources, and that's the intent. When you have 2, how much of a community do you really have? So
okay.
That's the idea.
I appreciate the additional information.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Okay, I have a few folks signed up to speak under this item. You'll have 3 minutes to speak on for each person. Please watch the lights on the lectern. The first person signed up to speak is Jared Wheatley.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Appreciate you taking the time to hear public comment. I'm Jared Wheatley, speaking strictly as a resident with one exception, which is that I haven't heard it noted that both the cottage clusters and flag lots were recommended approval by the Planning and Zoning Commission, which I do sit on. So that's just a note from the 2 previous presentations. However, what I really am here to speak about is who has opposed openly cottage clusters and flag lots, and that's broadly legacy neighborhoods, which I am not here to represent, but I have heard them speak on this issue. And most of what I've heard during that conversation is really a lack of equity and representation on this matter. What I've heard, including at the Shiloh community meeting last night, is that there's a lack of reaction from the city with their concerns. So I believe they waited 4 years for additional stop signs to be installed at the intersection of Brooklyn and Wyatt. 4 years is quite a long time for a neighborhood to get heard about transportation safety. On this particular topic, the word I hear most frequently is gentrification. However, when I have spoken with the community, what I actually hear are broadly concerns of ethnocide. Ethnocide is actually removing the culture and cultural identifiers and cultural acceptability within communities. So gentrification may be like, I don't like Starbucks, I prefer Battle Cat Cafe. However, ethnocide is about the true essence of what a community has and maintains. And so their opposition to this, I would take as a signal that, we should contemplate the equity and diversity in our community and how this may impact that more broadly. So thank you so much.
Megan Rogers.
Good evening, Council. I'm Megan with AIR, Asheville Independent Restaurants, and I'm here today to reaffirm AIR's support for the proposed UDO amendments regarding cottage and flag lots. As a quick reminder, I initially sent a letter on behalf of AIR more than a year ago expressing our endorsement of these amendments. As you all know, housing affordability and availability continue to be primary concerns amongst our restaurant members, particularly as they impact the well-being and livelihood of our workforce. We are encouraged by last week's news that Asheville's fair market rent has actually decreased in since the last 5 years. This development reinforces a key point that increasing the supply of housing has an effect on rental rates and affordability. These amendments concerning cottage and flag lots offer another avenue for workforce housing, something our restaurant industry and our community desperately needs. We recognize that the issue of housing affordability is both complex and multifaceted, and there are numerous factors the city must weigh, including concerns around displacement and protection of legacy neighborhoods, environmental sustainability, and accessibility. These are crucial aspects that must not be overlooked. However, we strongly urge Council to adopt these proposed amendments as part of a broader strategy to reduce barriers to construction, promote reasonable development, and ensure that we're meeting the need for housing in our community. These changes, combined with other initiatives aimed at increasing housing supply, represent a significant step forward in addressing our city's housing crisis. AIR remains committed to supporting solutions that benefit both the restaurant committee and our neighbors, and I thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Matt Allen.
My name's Matt Allen. I'm Director of Professional Development and Government Affairs with
the local Realtor Association. We have 2,100 members, and many of them reside in and work in the city of Asheville. I myself live in the city of Asheville. And I'm here tonight as a representative of the Realtors to speak in support of both changes. I know we're tackling them separately, but my remarks are going to kind of address both at the same time. We've been involved in this initiative for over a year now, sending letters of support to P&Z and then to council, as well as showing up and making comment in support of these changes. There are many reasons why we support the changes, and Barry has already gone over a couple of them. Well, he's gone over them in regard to the cottage development. He's going to address the flag lots, more attainable housing, more buildable lots, shorter commute times for workers who can actually afford these homes once they're built, more flexible financing, and more housing equity in that there will be more aging in place options and the opportunity for folks to build generational wealth. But since Barry is going to be addressing that in more detail, I wanted to mention a couple of additional items. First, as realtors, we adhere to a code of ethics that goes above and beyond what a non-realtor real estate licensee adheres to. And the preamble of that code talks about how wise utilization of the land is of paramount concern to realtors. I could think of no wiser utilization of the land than to make it buildable for smaller, more attainable homes. I also just want to mention, in my capacity as Director of Professional Development, I teach a lot of continuing education classes. Rarely does a class go by that I don't hear frustrations from our members on the lack of housing, just the lack of listings, the lack of attainable housing, clients missing out in multiple offer situations. So it is clear that we need more supply, and this is an opportunity to add more single-family housing in the city. So in closing, let me submit that there's no silver bullet, and that's kind of a line that a lot of people put forward when talking about this. There's also no perfect solution, but this is one tool that will add more housing and more attainable housing. And so I humbly submit and ask that you consider supporting these changes tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jude Divergilis.
Howdy, y'all. I don't like public speaking, so please just bear with me. But I wanted to speak about housing affordability and how increasing supply in an effort to achieve more housing is important to me. I've lived in this city for over 10 years and have always struggled to afford to live here. But this city is where me and people like me are safe. This is where my doctors are and where my community can live. I could go 40 miles in any direction and have cheaper housing, but at my own risk anytime I show my ID at a gas station. I came up here a year ago to talk about this, about the flag lots and about the cottages, and I was told to wait. But I encourage you to think about the safety of these communities that are currently being displaced while we wait. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you. Max Dehal? You'll tell me how to actually say that.
So, yeah, I wanted to express support of the cottage development and the flag lots. I've lived in Asheville all my life, and now owning a construction company here, I think it's important to recognize that I think we ran the numbers, and about 50% of our subcontractors don't just not live in the city or the county, but actually live in other counties or other states. I think we looked at it recently, it was about 10% of our subcontractors don't even live in West North Carolina. I think for us as a construction company, for us to, have a huge amount of our staff that can't live here, and subcontractors feel the same way, it's pretty challenging for us to call our staff in and not be able to provide them, legitimate housing. And so any way that we can assist in, making housing more affordable here will certainly help. I mean, it's just very, very challenging to, have people building homes, but they can't live here. They can't live in the homes that they're building. And again, it's not just our staff, it's all of the subcontractors that work for us. So any way that we can help to do that would be wonderful.
Thank you. Those are the speakers under the cottage development standards amendment. So I'm going to close the public hearing on that item. And council, do you have any questions, comments, or a motion?
I have a question for staff. I'm not sure if it's Vidila or staff. So a lot of what I've been hearing council say across this year, because this process has been continued at least once or twice, was that we were waiting for some of our anti-displacement strategies to be in place. So I'd like to hear from staff if we have any idea of a timeline on that. I know I asked because I reached out to the applicant in, I believe, May and requested they delay until September, until now, under the understanding that we thought we would have those anti-displacement strategies ready, and we don't. So I'm just kind of wondering, this is really about timing to me. Staff, do you have an idea? I know it's not going to be targeted. You can't say December 11th, but is it this year? Is it next year? Is it? Thank you.
Hey, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Steph Munson-Dahl, and I'm the Director of the Planning and Urban Design Department. I'm happy to speak on this issue. As you hopefully know, we have a Housing Through an Anti-Displacement Lens work session coming up at the end of this month, and that is where Community and Economic Director Nikki Reed and I will be fleshing out the strategy that you've heard a little bit about, where we knit together implementation of our affordable housing plan with our UDO updates project. And the thing that knits that all together are the pieces around anti-displacement. Right now, we have a few different things that are being developed. We just had a 3-hour work session with staff today to present some of those ideas. You will definitely have something by the end of the year. You will have both zoning and regulatory options, and you will have information on programming options.
Thank you. Another question, follow-up. Do you think in staff's perspective, and this may be something you can't answer, that had those anti-displacement strategies already been in place and we are having this hearing now, that maybe staff would have been supportive? Or is it really about...
I strongly support the recommendations that are in front of you today. The first one on cottage clusters. I know that's boring and banal, but straight up, we feel it is a loophole. And that if you would like to direct staff to change RS8 zoning to support this kind of development, we're able to do it. And that way, like Mr. Sotvik has said, anyone who comes in and makes inquiries about what they can build in RS8 is not going to have to dig through and, it's hard to go through the entire Unified Development Ordinance and really understand it if you are, especially a new builder. And then similarly, our recommendation on the second one, which we're going to hear, we stand behind that as well. And yes, to your point, if we had clear council direction that you didn't want to see specific anti-displacement measures in place, we would be supportive of the flag lots amendment.
I really appreciate that response. I guess my question will be more to my colleagues if these don't move forward tonight, both this item and the next, and if we will bring them back. So just kind of reserve that question. I'll be asking you later. Thank you, Steph.
Yeah, before we move forward with the vote, I penciled it down a couple thoughts, because I first wanted to start with saying thank you to Barry. I can't see, there you are. These are creative solutions. You put a lot of time and energy in and brought your lived and professional experience to this, and I see it, and I appreciate it. As you know, I was in the Legacy Neighborhood Advisory Committee when you were the one who suggested some anti-displacement suggestions to Legacy neighborhood leaders. And that's why we're putting displacement and equity in front of this. So thank you also for that. I share your concern about our infrastructure and the delays, because we keep getting promised we're gonna move forward, and it's taking more time than we thought. But your lived and professional experience is an asset to this conversation, and I do believe it will inform the UDA changes that are coming, not just these, but more when we do bring this back up, if it doesn't happen tonight. So thank you.
Any other comments?
I'll chime in, and this is for the spirit of both this one and the flag lots. The spirit of what is being proposed is exactly what I want to see. I want to see us move in these directions. I think that we need to address the housing crisis with both and solutions. I think the reality is local zoning laws have resulted in urban sprawl and contributed the housing shortage for far too long. And that's on us. That's part of why I'm in office, because I think that we need to make changes like this to address this national challenge. And we need to figure out zoning amendments that really thoughtfully guide the growth that's going to happen no matter what. And we can't let the pendulum swing all the way to the other side. Government is here, right? We have market drivers, and then government intervenes in the market for the public good, for the benefit of the public. And so I think that we need to figure out what guiding that pendulum is. And I think that, personally, I look forward to voting for these changes once we have some of the displacement strategies in place that look like rent assistance for the same people that we're talking about don't have homes, right? If we have rent assistance programs, folks aren't going to be forced to leave. Or if we have home repair, folks aren't going to be forced to spread out further and further and sprawl further and further. So we can get that type of programming in place. And we have, I know that the timing feels slow, but we have a beautifully serendipitous moment where we have a housing bond on the ballot in November. If the housing bond passes, we will suddenly have budget available in our existing budget that could fund some of these displacement programs. So we really have a chance here to, again, update the zoning so that we move in the right direction with growth, but that we don't just let that pendulum swing all the way. Government has a role in guiding the market, and I think we need to do that with displacement. We're on the heels. I'm very excited. We go a lot slower than anyone wants. I understand that, and I feel that frustration too, but I guess I just reiterate my colleagues, I can't wait to vote for these soon, but tonight isn't the night for me. We need to get further progress on the displacement work.
I'll layer in that if I'm understanding correctly, if we did pass this tonight and then wanted to come back with anti-displacement strategies by the end of the year or in spring, we'd actually have to undo what we did tonight to then reapply some new rules to those zones. Not necessarily vote to undo, but we'd have to undo the zoning that we're implementing in those areas. So it's almost like we'd be complicating the process. I really want to support these items. I wholeheartedly support them. We have a timeline issue, and if for those of you that are listening in or concerned about this aren't fully understanding what we're saying, is we have this anti-displacement strategy doc of solutions and tools, but we haven't been able to implement them yet. And the applicant has known this for a while, and it is our end, our delays, our laborious process in making sure we get it right that is making the delays happen. But what I'm hearing from council is that generally we want to see this. So you may get a no from this council, but I'm going to kind of hope that I'm hearing that we'll bring it back if we have to through staff, or if we have to through a conscious council supporting. I'm seeing the nods that we will. I'll speak more on the flag lots. That's it for now.
Okay, any other comments from council, or do I have a motion? Okay, it doesn't seem like anyone wants to make a motion, because I'm hearing we're out of order in terms of our timing on this item. So we don't have a motion for passage of this item, so then there's no action on it. So we'll move to the next item. And Mr. Bialik, you're back up to make the presentation on flag lots.
Y'all amaze me. So we're going to talk about flag lots now. And I guess I need to clarify from the last one and this one because they're very related. These are, I understand like the talk about what's been just, the talk about displacements has gone on a really long time. And my understanding, and when we talked about like if these were delayed, the conversation I was told is this wouldn't come back until the spring. So by the time, yes, I understand that staff is working on it, but we know the idea of a anti-displacement conversation is a heck of a lot more complicated than just a conversation of some flag lots that's been going on 18 months. That's a really long conversation, and that will take a really long time. And why? So I was told, yeah, if we waited, this would not be until a spring kind of conversation. The reality is we can't wait that long. I'm sorry y'all don't feel that. I'm sorry that y'all don't feel that with the bond coming up, that you actually feel like there should be some steps we take to show we took some action on some housing, because the last bond, since then, we have actually not done any real housing reform to create more housing. The last change we really had was 2016, about when the bonds were done, and we really haven't done any real zoning reform for housing. So I'm really disappointed, just because I understand you want the full picture. I understand y'all love consensus, but we need action. You're leaders, and you're not taking the action that our community needs. And I'm really disappointed in you, and everyone here is. So I just need to say that. And these are existing things in code. So whatever you're writing up for displacement are gonna have to handle what the flag lots already say in code, because these aren't new. They're already gonna have to address what the cottage development already says. So there shouldn't be any need to have to wait when this is stuff that's in code already. We're just changing a word or two. So I'm really disappointed in y'all. But I'm gonna have to regroup and talk about flag lots, because that's kind of the bigger deal. Flag lots, because this is a fix that's not only gonna help people, but it's gonna save the trees. All right, so changes at a glance. So we currently have, our flag lot policy right now allows 20-foot wide flag lots. And we've worked out with staff with many conversations over the past year to get to a compromise agreement that would reduce it to 16 foot and then allow it to reduce to 10 foot if there's a shared driveway. The shared driveway language is already in the current UDO that says, hey, we encourage it, but there's no incentive. So essentially what this would do is just incentivize, okay, you can go to 10 foot if you share the driveway. What that 10 foot does, why that is so important, is our city, as my video showed, was originally platted in the predominantly 50-foot lots. The majority of our zoning is 40-foot lots, and our flag zoning is 20-foot lots. The math doesn't add up. So what the 10 does is it brings it down that 40 plus 10 equals 50, which is what the majority of lots are. It only works on already double-sized lots. So, but that's that was the bulk of it. That, so of changing from 20 to 16, allowing a reduction to 10 foot if shared, current UDO encourages shared driveway but doesn't offer an incentive, makes this compatible with the historic pattern of 50-foot lots, and limits the house maximum square foot to 1,400 square feet, which the current flag lot ordinance doesn't. So we're adding in something to promote workforce housing, which again is something actually we both, all staff and I, neglected to mention on the cottage development. The big difference between the cottage development and just a duplex is the cottage development has a maximum size limitation of 1,400 square feet. So, and the goal of the cottage development is workforce housing. So the goal of the cottage was to be able to create a cluster of workforce housing. Whether they choose to have the community that Vidula talked about, that's up to them. But the cottage development to me means small footprint homes, workforce housing focused. So the same thing with this flag lot. So what we're doing is looking to add language in that says if you use the new flag lot change, then the house size would be maximum 1,400 square foot to encourage affordability. The other thing we do is allow the flagpole portion to be counted towards the minimum lot square footage, which it doesn't. So these are just technical fixes of things that from lived experience don't work. The other parts, the current UDO says that we would have a gravity sewer line requirement, meaning if the house is down here and the street's here, the reality is we install sewer pumps all the time, even though the code says you can't, so just clean that up. The other part's just to changing some of the wording that right now, we'd allow 2 flag lots in a subdivision instead of just one. Sorry.
Could you say that again about what you were talking about, the?
Which part?
The sewer? where
The
you-
sewer, yes.
went
So
up-
the part of that, so right now, in our ordinance, it says that flag lots shall not have a pump system sewer, which means that if your house sits below the street, you're not allowed to pump to it, which majority of West Asheville, majority of so many houses do sit back, and we install pumps all the time up flags. So it's something that's not, that our UDO says you can't do it, but it's done all the time. No one checks it. So it's just a cleanup, yeah. It's cleaning up the sewer. And so the other parts, like some of the percentages, allowing 2 flag lots in a subdivision, in a new subdivision. And then the other part is reducing some of the setbacks, because right now, if you do a flag lot, the front yard setbacks applies to the flag section, which means everything gets pushed back more, which means we literally have to, the house gets pushed so far back onto the lot that we have to destroy and remove more trees to make the house fit. So basically, this is a technical fix for an existing ordinance. And the biggest thing, most of these really are real technical fixes. The biggest thing is really reducing the 20-foot to the 16-foot by standard, and then going to 10-foot if you do the shared driveway, which the wording already technically encourages but doesn't have an incentive. And the wording that's being proposed is something that we worked out direct with staff. So that amendment, the current amendment that shows the wording was actually negotiated out, worked out with Vidila and Chris and Scott, who works for me. Next part, what I'm going to say, flag lots are, I call them the Swiss Army knife of zoning, because this amendment will help create more building lots and more housing. There'll be more homes with no increase in zoning density. I think that's an important part to remember, that you still can't create a flag lot unless it's a double-sized lot. So all this is a technical tool to allow how you can take your double-sized lot and split it in half that you currently can't because of the technical standards. These are tools that in many zoning we can already do. There are loopholes, as Vidila says. So this is just a cleaner path to do it that makes it easier and save trees. And I'll give you some examples of how many trees we've had to take out just because of the setbacks. The secondary benefits of amendment is ADUs are a tool that we all talk about. The reason it's not used is because people can't finance them. So being able to have a better way to create a lot that you split off puts a tool on it that you can put financing on, you can sell off, but it'll create tons of ADUs. It's a potential workforce housing tool. It's a potential tool for affordable housing incentives. And there's also positive PR from doing something. Yes, we can go on and on about how long it takes to do process, but sometimes we have to take some action and be some bold leaders. And it's a good time to do it before election and also before a bond vote. Next part, kind of some history where flags have been. Of the minor subdivisions, 21% have some flag lot component to them, mostly in denser RM8 or RS8 zoning. Flag lots, because they are generally less desirable because they're behind a house and they have a shared driveway, tend to sell for less. So this is a tool that would create less expensive lots. The MLS and lot transfers, if we study the deeds, which we have done, show that this is true, that the lots sell for less than regular lot cost. Right now, in the city of Asheville, I pulled it before coming in here, there are 5 lots for sale in the whole city of Asheville, less than $125,000. 3 of them, in line with what I said about our infrastructure stinks, 3 of them have sewer but have to work off of a community well. So you've got 5 lots total for sale in the city of Asheville, less than $125,000. One's 125, you probably know that well. One's 110, and the other 3 are $100,000. Those are the only 5 lots for sale in the city of Asheville on the MLS. That means, in the economics of things, you cannot put a house on that for less than $400,000. And others, I think, will speak to the economics of it, but lot costs drive housing costs. If we don't do things to reduce the lot costs, our house costs are not going to come down. And because we've delayed and have not taken real significant actions since 2016, our lot prices have gone out of hand. That's why we need immediate tools like this to try to make a difference. lower cost lots is lower cost housing. I kind of spoke to this already about the zoning math of things that, Asheville is filled with thousands of double-sized lots. That means per zoning standard, they're double-sized, but there's no way to divide them in half just because of road frontage. So making these technical tweaks to the road frontage where 40 plus 10 equals 50 will open up so many more lots in town. Now to the trees. So the front yard setbacks, let's zoom in because this is some pretty interesting stuff. So this is a real life house I'm building in East Asheville. On the left, the current setback the front yard setback is required from where the flag starts, not the flagpole. My cursor is right there, yeah. So the setback has to start from this area, and then this lot has a 20-foot setback. Per zoning standards, you're also not allowed to park in your front setback. So that pushes the house back even further. So this is what is required now. The one on the right would be if we change the rule tonight, how houses can move forward. And I want you to look at where that house sits and all those trees are. Those trees are not there anymore. We had to take them out because your setbacks don't work. And just to connect that from that, the room we're in right now is 1,176 square feet. Scott made sure I put this in the slide. It's 24 foot wide, 50 foot. I had to remove this many trees just to meet your setback requirements because of the flag lot standards. So there's no question we have lots of things in our UDO that need technical tweaks. And yes, they can wait or we can do them now. And because I don't like taking trees down, it makes houses more expensive. It's not healthy for anybody. So we can save some trees and build some more attainable housing all in one swoop. On to the displacement, because I know this is really the big show. So the amendments I've submitted are based on Durham. Durham was way ahead of the game and amended their UDO to allow reduced flag lots, reduced size lots in 2019. It was very successful. In fact, not only did it create more housing, not only right now in Durham, there are lots for sale for $30,000, $40,000. There's new construction houses for sale for $300,000. We don't have one here. So their rules have worked, and they've actually analyzed them, and then they looked at them again after 4 years to see how they're doing, and they updated them. And it was updated actually through a citizen text amendment. The original one, the change in 2019, was initiated by their mayor. Their mayor said, we need more housing, what are we gonna do? So they initiated something called Expanding Housing Choices, and they created a small lot program which reduces the lot sizes, still requires the frontage because the road frontage is really important to still have for utilities access. If you put something behind another house and it doesn't have a deeded space to the road, it creates complications for utilities. So that's something just to keep important, because I know there's some backyard lot discussion that has not worked through TRC. Flag lots down to 10 feet are certainly a way of how you keep your utilities to the road. So what Durham learned, though, through their changes in what they call their urban tier, is their amount of demolition permits actually decreased, because the tool of allowing people to access their backyards and their back lots created a way for them to raise funds and preserve their house up front, fix their house up front, pay off their mortgage, or pass it on to their children. And that is, and everything that I've done in the change here was from me going to Durham, seeing what they're doing, and like, why aren't we doing this? So the text amendments for the flags are totally based on the success Durham has had. Durham has had so much success, and I've been impressed with them. And as sad as this is, I'm building houses here in Asheville in our new prefab factory, and we can't put them here, so we're having to ship them to Durham. We're now doing developments and project in Durham because they already have the tools to basically create workforce level housing that we don't have. So the amendments tonight are ways that we can open up our toolbox to actually try to help our people. So the point at the bottom there, so the demolition permits decreased in their urban tier. Of course, they had the same concerns about displacement, and they did the studies after 3-4 years, and they were able to show that they didn't. Median sales price in Durham, you know, and you see in Durham at the bottom is $605,000, but the median price of a small house on a small lot is $348,000. So it's, you know, significantly less. Next up is Raleigh. Raleigh also created reduced flagpoles, and their goals, you can see I'm just putting in, for those wishing to build a second home, a flag lot can be the primary way to access financing, which is otherwise not available for ADU construction, and flag lots can be created and sold, providing income to sellers at risk of displacement. So I think these were, you know, key points that motivated me why this was a tool to try to make sure we do here. Okay. All right. What we did is our own little displacement study, sort of displacement study for Shiloh. So I'm very fortunate to have a planner on staff. It's how we are able to come up with some of these tools. It's how we're able to analyze things. So we did a street-by-street study of 6 streets in Shiloh. We data dumped every single parcel on those streets, and we looked at them to see if they're eligible right now through current existing UDO standards for flag lots, which are all the oranges. And then we looked at, okay, what would become eligible that's not eligible now if this zoning change were to happen? Those are the purple. So as you can see, and that's why, you know, while the displacement conversation is so important, it's also really important to ask, do the studies to say, how harmful will this really be? And do we need to delay and hurt everybody, not provide the product of housing that everybody else needs just because we're so worried, we're so fearful, when really, once we do the studies and look at, well, how much impact will this really be if all of those oranges, which are, let's see, we analyzed 364 properties, 102 of them are currently eligible under current flag lot standards. If we change the rule to 10 feet, then there'd be 26 more. So that means it's a 7% increase, 7% more. So I think it's really important to take this into account that, first of all, we have an existing tool in the UDO that whatever displacement language we're going to write up, we'll have to take that into account already. And the change that we're proposing, which we're insisting and saying will help so many people that need it, might not have as big of an impact on the people that
So
are
may I
concerned.
interrupt you at this
Yeah,
moment,
sure.
since you took it upon yourself to bring up the
Yes.
Shiloh neighborhood?
Sure.
I fear that you have been hoisted on your own petard. What I mean by that is, I think when you bring up Shiloh, you do everyone in the room a disservice without explaining the fullness of why they think the way they do and the actions that you took that caused them to be so against this. So, because you brought it up, my understanding is you reached out to the neighborhood and respectfully requested that you attend one of their meetings. They told you there wasn't time on that agenda. My understanding is that rather than respect their wishes, you showed up anyway and presented this. I'm not quite finished. And presented this. And when they expressed concerns, you told them, well, why don't you just downzone? That was probably the worst neighborhood in the city of Asheville to make that request. Because what they did was, they set about on that process. And they began calling staff. And then they requested something else. Really what they wanted was a heightened level of community engagement, so that when folks like you come to their neighborhoods uninvited and seek to hoist something on them, they would have a say. I'm so glad that Commissioner Wheatley mentioned that these folks have been waiting 4 years for a stop sign. So Explain to me what you would do if you were sitting here when a group of folks that have encountered numerous injustices are saying, can you give us just a little more time? How would you address that group since you chose to put that up on the screen for us to see? I'll wait.
Okay, so Shiloh, let's see, I live down in South Asheville. That's part of why it's, but really let's see. So I will say that when this all started, the discussion was about public engagement. So I reached out to different neighborhoods to see about talking to their meetings. Actually, I was never responded to on the Shiloh one. I came and
no response is a response.
What's that?
No response.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Is a response.
Yeah, okay. So no response is not.
But they responded because I saw it.
So I didn't speak in a meeting. I went up to the leaders of Shiloh at the table and asked them if they knew about it and asked if I can share some information. I've never spoken at the Shiloh meeting. I went there to introduce myself and share something that I heard they had concern with, but I certainly would never think I forced myself on, since I just asked about attending a meeting. So I'm a little confused by your questioning, but.
I can tell you're confused. That's why you put that up there. But please, continue.
Okay. Anyway, so whether it's this study or other streets, which we actually have done many neighborhoods, but I know the question has been so much about displacement, and the Shiloh community has probably been some of the most vocal about this. So in our studies, I thought this would be helpful data to show that flag lots already exist, that changing this doesn't increase this that much. And just because these tools exist doesn't mean neighborhoods have to do them. It doesn't mean that that's where developers, want to go or take advantage of people. I mean, this is just a zoning study. And I thought, part of the conversation when this first started was this hasn't had the public engagement you'd like to see, so we did some.
It was, I recall.
Yeah, so I'm sorry you take offense at that. Anyway, but the point we're saying, whether it's this or others, if we study all different streets and percentages, it's pretty similar. That there will be some tools there'll be some lots that this makes eligible to be dividable by flag lots, and then some that won't. But it's not like it's going to mean like every single house next to you can now be divided with a flag lot tool. It's just a percentage that increase, but it's technical fixes that should make it easier. So I ask you that our city needs action, our people need action. We're in housing crisis. There's not enough housing being produced, and we as a city have not done enough to take action to create more housing. And while we can always wait and look at more things, there's always another lens that can run through. There's also a time for action, and waiting till next year might be too long. And go ahead.
Hey, Tammy, are we okay back there? We have a medical, maybe, I'm not sure.
No, she's just frustrated and wants us to stop letting people talk. She keeps throwing the time signal up.
Oh, are we?
But we're well
Okay,
within
I
the
thought
rights.
maybe she was.
Yeah,
Okay.
she's just frustrated.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, no moaning and groaning from the audience out of frustration. But certainly if there's a medical emergency. Okay.
Anyway, I'm saying
Go ahead. Yes, please.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's an election time. Times like this are good times to actually show people that you do care about creating housing and are willing to take the steps. It's time to show people you know how to be a leader. And we also an affordable housing bond. And as someone who chaired your affordable housing committee, and my opinion certainly is we did not do the greatest job with our bond, doing things like this to actually take action before that bond will make it easier to approach the people who question whether we should have another housing bond. Time for action is now. These are just technical fixes for existing rules. It's not going to change, it's not the end-all bullet, but it will have an effect, and we'll save some trees. You also have support letters, I know you've seen, from the Board of Realtors, from the Builders Association, from the Asheville Independent Restaurant Group, letter of support from Mountain True, and from AARP. So there's a lot of people who actually think we do need to make some change right now and are asking you to do so. The reality is those of us who actually have been producing the most attainably priced homes in Asheville, which are us private builders, we can't do it anymore without you. And we need your help.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a question for, hold on?
No, not a question. I would just like to say something.
Okay,
I'd like
you're
to-
fine, you can
yeah.
sit down, please.
No,
Like to-
I'm going to have something for you, Barry. Come on back. Go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was,
You could stand there awkwardly and just, you know.
146 square feet.
no. All I was going to say is thank you very much for the presentation. I am a advocate for the flag lots because I am in the field, you know, I've been in the field for years, and I do see a lot of land that that's just sitting dormant, that we're not taking advantage of it. I do see how it can actually impact people's lives and change people and help people with home ownership. And I realize that real estate, just like anything else, you know, it's something that sort of has nuances. If people don't understand all the nuances in it, it is sort of difficult to understand what you're saying. But I will say that I would definitely support you. However, I realize that many of my council members basically are really concerned about the anti-displacement ordinance or something put in place or whatever, and I can understand their concerns. The one thing I will say is, for me, I think when we do go to look at the anti-displacement, the one issue I see is educating the community to the value of what it brings. And I think that by doing that, then I think that will alleviate a lot of the fears and concerns that people have so we can move forward. But I just want to let you know I support you, but unfortunately, I know you do not have enough votes tonight to be able to support it. And hopefully, by the end of the month, when we start our anti-displacement study or whatever, hopefully it will not take us long to get to that point, and we can get this thing moving. Because, like I said, I can't tell you how important this is to me and what it can do for our community, so thank you.
No, that's also why I knew your support. That's also why I thought it was important to do it while you're still in office, because most likely this will come up once you're out of office.
Any other questions for Barry before I go? I just kind of wanted to actually take a point of privilege to say a few things that aren't specific to this application, but I think need to be said. I've worked with you on affordable housing issues for almost a decade, and I want to make sure that I thank you for your work. And that I share that appreciation vocally. You know, we started on the Affordable Housing Committee together, and we worked tirelessly at trying to figure out how we were going to crack the code. You know, and you personally have done it over and over. You've contributed your expertise, your time, and your funds, your other businesses you've leveraged. I mean, it's amazing to me. When you saw that there wasn't enough affordability in home ownership and in home sales, you actually started building it. And then when you were building it and you realized that there were ways to cut costs, you actually built a factory in our community and employed people to create the affordable components to achieve better affordability. It's remarkable. And then now that you've done that, you're able to, as you said, build all these houses and these factories in our community, and you're shipping them elsewhere because we haven't gotten to the place where we have more spots for them. So it amazes me that now you've also brought us this solution that has thousands of new lots that could be created. And I want to make sure that you are thanked for your tireless work, because I'm a little worried that we won't see you in this room again.
You're probably right.
Yes. So thank you personally for all that you've done for the community in affordable housing, and will continue to do whatever happens tonight, whether it's in Asheville or Durham. That's all I'm going to say, so you can sit. For council, I wanted to, this is a little in the weeds, but I know there's a lot of housing folks in the room, so I'm going to try and explain this. Because when we talk about the anti-displacement strategies in these neighborhoods, what I'm worried about is that when we free up these backyard lots, when we free up ways they can build, that there will be displacement suddenly because they're really great neighborhoods and there is high demand. You know, we reviewed a large apartment complex earlier, but we're not doing much, if anything, at all for new home ownership. We saw the breakdown on the subdivisions. Single-family homes are through the roof in price. We really need to be focusing on this area, absolutely. And it's a passion that I know I want to bring. But think about this if you can for a minute, Council. If we are able to get the displacement strategies in place, we're able to adopt these kind of flag lots, then there is a tool that we'll be able to use, whether it's with bond money or other incentives, to help the owners of those houses and parcels within these legacy neighborhoods to have better financing tools for the ADUs that are so hard to get. Because if we could finance them, like we'll never become a landlord and foreclose on people. We can't just help people by loaning them money to build ADUs. But if they are in lots that can be parceled off later as a flag lot, we absolutely can, under the condition that if the mortgage falls, we'll condemn that lot and sell that lot. And they won't be out anything. It actually is an opportunity for legacy neighborhoods, but it's imperative that that protection is in place before we do this. And I think that's why it's not going to get support tonight. But there are ways coming in the pipeline that this could become a very, very successful tool. And I'm thrilled. And I realized after our discussions on cottage courts and now here, I have a little bit of control on the situation that I forgot I had. I chair our Housing and Community Development Board and Commission for Council. I can bring these items back. And I will bring these items back, both of them, after we have our displacement strategies in place. So I'm committing to that because I can get it on our agenda. And then whether or not it gets to council will be up to my fellow councilwomen, but I'll make sure that it is queued up again.
Let me speak to that. There was a reason I was over here discussing is because our trustee attorney was telling me we do have to take some action on these items.
Oh.
And so we hearing that council isn't excited about voting it down with the idea of bringing it back later. My suggestion, unless somebody wants to do something different, would be to continue it till, and so I asked Steph, planning director, and she suggested January so that we can ensure that our timing is correct for us to revisit it.
So
you
we-
won't be
okay.
here, but we'll channel you when
You
in
can
your
come
absence.
publicly comment. You
Yeah.
can come do a 10-minute thing and
Isn't
get
that exactly what you want to do? You finish in December, come back for public comment in January?
So I wondered how we were going to get by with no vote because it was a resident-led.
Okay, we saw this in October and we asked staff,
Yeah.
when is it ready? And they said April, and we're like, great. And then we asked again, and it wasn't ready in April. And then we said June, and it wasn't ready. And like, I'm a little nervous to put a date on it, if I'm being really honest.
Well, so it's either that or we vote on it.
Yeah.
So would you like to make a motion to vote on it, or would you
Well,
like?
so we have the public comments and we have the previous no motion, and now we've moved on to this item. So for clarity, I could interrupt us right now, make a motion to continue the cottage ordinances. Then we could go back to your public comments and then.
I'm just telling you in terms of the timing, what's going to have to happen. I was thinking we would finish flag lots and then go back and do
Okay.
cottage. So I'm just, to your point about
Yeah.
whether it goes to a committee or comes back, so.
Okay.
But there, in the absence of a motion?
No, we'll need a motion to either vote for it, vote against it, or continue it.
And right now you want that on the cottage or the?
Let's stay on
Okay.
flag lots. We'll go back to cottage when it's time.
And do we need a motion before public comment?
No, we don't. We can take the public comment. So be thinking about what you want to do.
I'll be ready.
And then we'll hear from all these folks and they'll help us think about what we want to do.
Just a process question. Is that unique to applicant-driven? Because I've seen this happen before where I didn't have a motion.
Anytime there's a.
Unique to zoning change.
It's unique to recommendation for proposed amendments. I do believe it's unique to text amendments, or at least.
Well, it's because my other concern was that when we have zoning issues and then we vote no, they can't come back for a year. We don't want that to happen.
Text amendments are different.
Yeah,
They can be brought back the very next meeting if you want to. You can reject it at this meeting and then it can come back up at the very same meeting. Map amendments are different, but
I'd
text
love to
amendments.
see the
statute
on that.
The conditional zoning statute is separate from the text amendment statute that we're operating under. Because Brad and I had a discussion before he left about the fact that we actually could unilaterally continue this out however we wanted to, unlike a conditional zoning application where we have to take some action within some time period. So why don't we go ahead and hear from folks, and then we'll come back and figure out our piece of it. The first person signed up to speak under this item is Andrew Paul.
So I want to tell you all about my backyard home. I live in a neighborhood that's got a big mix of incomes and it has a small mix of housing types. We like it. We can walk to Carrier Park. We can walk to Haywood Road. And we may be walking my toddlers to preschool at Hall Fletcher soon. Now, we live in a very small house on what looks like a narrow pole flag lot. We are in the back, but it's not technically a flag lot because, hey, narrow pole flag lots are illegal. And so when it was built, it had to be platted as something a little more complicated. And I just wish my neighborhood could have more homes like mine without those complications. My house is new. It added to the housing stock in my close-in neighborhood, and I didn't displace anyone. On Thursday, the city manager used the phrase anti-displacement and increasing housing supply, as if those were two different things. And it struck me then that this is everything that's wrong with how we talk about anti-displacement. People are being displaced every day, and they're being displaced because they have no options. They are not being displaced because of infill. It's because we aren't allowing it. And it's not just me saying that this definition of anti-displacement that the city seems to have is incomplete. If you look at page 134 of the anti-displacement study, in the missing middle housing study, missing middle housing is listed as a solution on page 134. So without understanding that more infill means less displacement, we are working with a very incomplete definition of anti-displacement. I really want the city to implement more renter stability measures, and it may make sense for an overlay to be one of those measures. When we start opening up the UDO to 6-plexes and 12-plexes in more neighborhoods. But the idea that these very modest reforms like flag lots or backyard lots or even duplexes in RS2, the idea that these are going to stir up all these problems is pure fear, and we need to get over the fear. I talked to countless people who have moved out to Canton or Marshall because they can't find a home they can afford. They were displaced. Imagine telling them that their displacement doesn't matter. It's only this other hypothetical kind of displacement that worries us. We know what we need. We need infill in our close-in, in-demand neighborhoods. We know that applying changes broadly is the best way to combat speculation and chaos in the most vulnerable spots while still preventing the kind of displacement that is already happening. And again, this is not my opinion. This is on page 97 of the Missing Middle Report's anti-displacement chapter. Thanks.
Thank you. Zach Ruhana.
Hello, Council. I wanted to voice my support of this amendment, not only because it brings good change, a bold change for an urgent problem we have in Asheville. That's housing affordability that we talk about a lot, but also it empowers house owners and it gives homeowners a way to create affordable housing themselves. It gives them more power to keep residents within the city rather than displacing them. It's an urgent problem that was brought to the PNZ Commission in August of last year, and it has not been solved yet. So I really want to voice my support of this. Rather than developments like the one on Hill Street or Riverside that are planned, this amendment will actually give homeowners the ability to decide who will live around them, and it'll make the community stronger, not weaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan Zetterholm.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Zetterholm, and I represent 2020 Builders
Barry mentioned that of all the houses under $375,000 in the city of Asheville in the past 3 years, he built half of them. 2020 builders built about 30% of them. So we are in the business of providing attainable housing, and we specialize in helping people own their future. We do this by building attainable housing in Asheville. We give people a path to homeownership that they wouldn't otherwise have. It's out of reach for a lot of people. We want people who work here to be able to live here as well. The proposed UDO changes would enable us to provide many more attainable housing units. We can't do it without the land, though, and that's where we need your help. We need access to the land. Thank you.
Thank you. Maggie is reminding me that we did not hear from staff on this item. So I'm going to interrupt public comment and just see if staff wants to provide any additional comment before we continue.
Thank you.
Sorry, you can tell
It's
we
okay,
don't
got
normally
excited.
do these this way, so.
It's okay. So in contrast to the cottage development proposal, staff is not opposed to the content of these proposed changes to the city's flag lot regulations. The most recent changes have addressed staff's previous technical concerns. The agreed upon changes would allow for increases in housing production without bypassing the infrastructure requirements associated with major subdivisions. These are small changes that could add some relief to housing. Key changes that have been agreed upon since review and recommendation by the Planning and Zoning Commission include the following. The minimum width of the flag lot shall not be less than 10 feet, increased from 5 feet as originally proposed. No more than 25% of lots in a subdivision shall be flag lots, from unlimited before. Staff was very concerned about that, and so we came to an agreement that is very reasonable. And the maximum size of the flag lot structure, the maximum size of the house, shall not be more than 1,400 square feet. So it's contextual to neighborhoods. So I just wanted to show this visual.
Maggie, you're going to buzz in.
So that everybody who's watching and listening understands. This is our current regulations on the left side here for flag lots. The outline in blue is the original parcel, and the black dotted line is the proposed flag lot. So under current regulations, you have to have a minimum 20 feet wide for what we call the flag pole. You have to, the main house on the lot has to be at least 6 feet away from this flag lot pole. So the minimum width for any property that wants to make a flag lot has to have that 6 feet plus the 20-foot flag pole. So you have to have 26 feet between your house and the property line, right? And there's no maximum size of a building structure in the back. So you can have a very big outlandish home. So we've made agreements that you can see in the proposal here where now the maximum size of the house for the flag lot is 1,400 square feet, 1,000 square feet on the ground floor and a little bit more up above. The flag pole only has to be 10 feet. That's if it shares a driveway. If not, it has to be 16 feet. So again, as Barry mentioned, it's an incentive to have fewer driveway cuts, less grading, less erosion. And this house only needs to be 3 feet from the flagpole. The idea is nothing's going to be built next to it, so we really don't need to have such a wide setback. So in this case, under the proposed, you would only need to have that 10 feet plus the 3 feet, so 13 feet. So you can have half as much room for what's proposed as compared to today.
What's the rationale on the maximum building size? I mean, I'm imagining you could have, for example, I spent one spring walking all over Oakley while my child played soccer every week there, and I noticed they had some pretty large lots that already accommodated flagpoling. So I'm just curious about the cap on the size. Is it just to kind of balance things out so that you don't have these tremendously large houses sitting behind a smaller house and out of
Exactly,
Okay.
exactly. Durham's, I think, small lot standards has a similar standard for the backyard lot, for the flag lot, for the small lots. That's, I don't remember, it's 1,200 square feet or 1,400 square feet. It's similar.
So remind me, just to put this in, what would be our ADU?
800.
Our ADU today is 800 square feet. We went through the
Max.
Planning and Zoning Commission and have recommended to increase that to 1,000 square feet,
Okay.
which
Okay.
has passed P&Z.
And this is footprint, right? Could still be 2 stories.
No, he's
this
saying
is
total building size, and the ADU is 800 total building size.
Today, yes.
So
But
was
go to
this,
1,000.
was this, the rendering you have here with the max building side of 1,400 square foot, was that part of the applicant's request, or is that like a staff layer in
I
response?
forgot how we got to that. I'm not sure if that was us or Barry, but we agreed upon it after, it was after the Planning and Zoning review. I don't remember. Barry?
Okay.
I think there was just a negotiation for how we got to what everyone agreed upon, again, with the intent. We were trying to keep it in line with the cottage, we were trying to be consistent with the cottage development.
I just wonder if it's, you have a 3,000 square foot house, what's the difference if it's 2,000 square foot behind it, just arbitrary numbers in some ways. But
The idea is just to have a significantly smaller structure in the back. I think, I don't remember the number now, but a significant number of homes in Asheville are 1,000 square feet or less. I think it's about 50%. So compared to Asheville's housing stock, this is
It's
not
okay,
an
yeah.
insignificant building size.
Okay.
So finally, although staff is supportive of the current proposal, staff recommends denial of the resident-led petition zoning amendment for procedural reasons only. We find it's not reasonable in the public interest based on earlier council direction, that is, before options to mitigate the potential for negative impacts leading to the displacement of vulnerable landowners, neighbors, and surrounding communities have been explored and considered for adoption.
Thank you, Fidelis.
Okay, thank you. Okay, to resume.
Number 3.
Yep. Well, we got through, we're up to Paul Heathman. Is that right, Maggie? Am I right? Yes.
Did Jonathan Zetterholm?
Yeah, I think
okay.
Jonathan Zetterholm spoke.
Okay. Come on up.
Evening.
We don't bite.
Thank you, Councilwoman Turner and Councilwoman Roney, for thanking Barry. I get to work with him a whole lot. He recruited me to the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee years ago, and I've seen him do more for affordable housing in our city than I think anyone. So, thank you, Barry. This room behind me is full of people who spend a lot of time on creating housing for people, like probably thousands of hours collectively. And like one little vote here, you could probably do more than all of us have done our whole lives, creating more affordable or attainable units, places where new homes can be built on vacant land. And so I'm part of several organizations. I mentioned the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. I'm also an executive member of the board of directors of the Builders Association of Blue Ridge Mountains. Of course, we support that as this vote as an organization to change or reduce the pole of the flag lot. Also, I'm a member of the Land of the Sky Board of Realtors. We support it as well. I'm also a lender. I've been in this community for a long time. Moved from Waynesville in 2001, and for most of that time have been a lender. And I just want to speak to what we right now depend on accessory dwelling units for the creation of housing in a lot of the areas that we're talking about. It's already a difficult way to get financing for ADUs. It's a second lien position behind a primary mortgage. A home equity line of credit is an example of that. The going rate's like 8.5% for those right now. So, a mortgage might be 6%. That's a big difference, right? Also, in 2021, like everybody refinanced and has a a 2 or 3% interest rate for their mortgage. So the option of refinancing, cashing out, and building something in your backyard and creating more housing, that's not going to happen anymore. That ship has sailed. So this is our opportunity to create a new parcel with the opportunity for first lien financing. That's the big piece here. That's what's missing. So please consider this. Videla started out by saying that staff didn't oppose this. That sounds a lot like staff being for it. There's a lot of good reasons for this. And Durham shows us that they didn't experience negative impacts of displacement. We don't have to rewrite everything and restudy everything. We can look at what they've done and move forward.
Thank you very much. Leslie Aldrich.
Hi, I'm Leslie Aldrich. I'm a local realtor, and I come here to talk about what I've seen professionally and also in my personal life. I got into this field because I like helping people, and I talk to a whole bunch of people, and everyone comes to me and they're trying to purchase their first home. They're trying to stay in the community that they helped build, and they're not able to. We don't have enough inventory that we have enough houses that they can actually find something to purchase. I know this is also like a national problem, but we have the opportunity to allow people to stay. You know, it's the people who helped build everything, who created the fabric of our community here, and they're being pushed out to the county, they're being pushed out to different bedroom communities. And frankly, if they want to find a home and start to build that equity and raise their family, they're not able to stay here. So I'm just here to advocate for more housing. Okay, whatever you can do. Thanks.
Thank you. Megan Carroll.
Good evening, and thank you all for your time. I appreciate it greatly. My name is Megan Carroll. I'm the Executive Director of the Builders Association of the Blue Ridge Mountains. We represent 4 counties in this area. We represent over 1,200 members, over 450 builders. We're the 14th largest in the nation, which I think is pretty commendable for the size of our community. I'm here tonight, and I heard a couple comments advocating for the flag lots and cottage developments. I heard some comments from you all about other affordable options being developed. I heard someone say any housing is better than no housing. And I really would like to advocate for creating more housing in our community. I'm extremely concerned about the timeline for this and continuing to delay action. I'm really thankful for the engaged members that we have here tonight that are passionate, that have taken their time or developed business around this, particularly Barry, but in past iterations of coming to comment, we've had a lot more builders show up. Some of them, I would be just totally truthful with you all, I know submitted comments online, but some of them are also discouraged and figured that nothing would change if they showed up. It is my understanding that the changes to the flag lots would allow folks that currently own homes to have separate financing mechanisms and allow them to develop their land the way that they would like to for their mother, their brother, their friends, whoever, and offer a separate financing mechanism for them. Our UDO is not meant to be a static document forever, right? It's meant to change and serve our community. And we can assess what those changes look like and correct them along the way. I also agree strongly that anti-displacement strategies are extremely important. But I think we must continue to lead and try to evolve while we consider and develop those strategies. Doing this, I think, prior to the bond really shows this council's commitment to developing more housing for all people, workforce housing, affordable housing, all types of housing. And then one other thing I wanted to mention is, I think another barrier to housing in our community is lack of workforce staff to get that done. And again, if those folks don't have places to live, I would hate to make them drive in, but attracting good talent, keeping good talent, I want them all to stay. I want them to live here. I want them to grow and thrive. I want them to come stand in front of you and advocate for things that they feel passionate and strong about and do research and come up with creative solutions and feel empowered to do so. And I'm very concerned about delaying this again. Without any action, I don't know what to tell folks that don't have those options, and I'm concerned for the communities that are most impacted insofar as the fact that no action is an action, right? It potentially shows that we don't care for them as much that we could. Thank you.
Noah Bialik.
Hello, Council. So this is coming from a concerned teenager who lives in Asheville. We need action, please. I'm worried for my generation that we will never be able to afford a house. With the rising prices and just how much it is, it seems like a barricade that can never be breached. And I was in here last October to try and speak and support this. It got moved to April. April came around, got moved to today. And you're telling me you plan on moving this forward even further when we have a decided plan right here to try and make housing cheaper? I cannot fathom that, and I think you really need to reconsider if you plan on trying to shut this down or move it forward even further, because when will it stop? When will you finally take a stance on this? Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I went to the wrong. Troy Flack.
Hi, good evening. My name is Troy Flack. I'm a realtor here in town since 2007. I was a real estate appraiser for 20 years, and I've been a resident of the area for over 30 years. Obviously, as a real estate professional, we spend a lot of time having these types of conversations, trying to analyze productive, efficient ways to, promote affordable housing, look at, all kinds of scenarios that make sense. When I first heard what Barry presented, and he broke it down in a very systematic way, it just makes sense. It really does make sense. He's a true professional when it comes down to looking at all the numbers, looking at all the data, looking at all the stats, and really figuring it out, bottom line. If you look at big picture, when we're trying to promote affordable housing, obviously, number one, we have to reduce regulations, which then reduces costs, right? And then number two, we have to increase inventory. So most large parcels of land, when you look around our area, because of topographical constraints and other things, we either don't have the public utility infrastructure to be able to do what we need to do to promote, the subdivisions that are necessary. But oftentimes now they're more suitable for other types of uses like multifamily apartment complexes and things. That's why we're seeing so much of that going on, because we've had no housing stock for so many years. If we simply look at changing the lot width requirements and then allowing potentially 10,000 more lots within the city limits, then fundamentally creating that larger inventory of land and larger inventory of new construction supply, then fundamentally housing prices have to go down. And then if homeowners want to create more rental units, then again, rents will go down. We all know that our housing prices and our rent costs are the most expensive in the state. So when is that gonna change? Let's see here. I know one of the big conversations is displacement, right? So we're all concerned with displacement. A scenario that we didn't talk about relative to that same conversation is, Let's say we create a flag lot and the homeowner is struggling to make their payments. One scenario for them, a very viable solution, is simply put that flag lot up for sale and sell it. We know right now probably a city lot's gonna generate at least probably $100,000, okay? So that's significant capital coming into that homeowner's pocket that they can either do improvements on the house, if they've got certain debt services, whatever that they can't afford.
Thanks.
Is that my time?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
I appreciate it. Hopefully you guys will be able to move forward on it.
Elise Smarter.
Hi, Council. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight on this issue. I'm not a realtor or a builder or anything like that. I'm just a lay person who was inspired by the first speaker, I think Andrew Paul was his name, to come up here and just tell you the story of my home in West Asheville, that I was so very fortunate to find in 2021. It checked all of my boxes and was just within my price range. And it was only just within my price range because the seller had subdivided the lot and created a flag lot. It would just so happen it was a 60-foot platted lot originally. My house is just that 6 feet away that the geometry worked to make this happen. And it's the only reason I was able to buy my house. And the flag lot behind me sold immediately, $90,000. And it's been a couple of years now, and the family that bought it, who resided in Asheville already, they are just about to start building later this year. And I'm really excited to have them and their new little baby as neighbors. So I hear that these flag lots could cause displacement, but honestly, as a layperson looking at it, it seems like a displacement mitigation strategy, because someone like me was able, with my single income, was able to afford a house in Asheville, and those folks who already own their home that maybe need the income to pay for their mortgage or home repairs, they would be able to sell their lot and have the money to do that. That's just what it looks like to me as an outsider, not knowing the specifics. So I guess I would just ask you guys to be bold and not be afraid to do something. It seems like it could have a lot of benefits and create more neighbors. So thanks.
Thank you.
What a great last public comment.
I have
Okay,
a
so
question
that
about process. So our,
I'm going to close the public hearing on this item, and I'm going to say a couple more things about process, Kim. Just so everyone knows, in addition to moving this to these two items to a date certain, we could also vote on them with an effective date that is not today. So you could vote to approve them and say, but they will not become effective, in other words, begin to be the law, until some date in the future. Legislature does it all the time, so that's why.
I don't see that on this list, but I do see in 7-7-5, action by Asheville City Council, thank you, that upon reviewing all pertinent information, the City Council may adopt the proposed amendment, reject the proposed amendment, refer the proposed amendment back to Asheville Planning and Zoning Commission for further consideration or hearing, and modify the proposed amendment. The difference of shall versus may: shall means mandatory. The word shall means that directives or requirements are mandatory and may not be waived or modified. May means permissive. The word may means the directives or requirements are permissive and are imposed at the option of the decision maker. That leads me to believe that we may doesn't mean that we must.
Is that a question to me?
Yes.
What was the question?
Sort of sounded like a question.
What was the question? Is
It's
it may or
this.
will?
I mean, this is this is an issue with the. But let's hear from you about what your interpretation is of it.
My interpretation of this says the actions that the city council needs to take when they're presented with an amendment like this. I think that the ordinance is very clear that you can adopt it, reject it, refer it back to P&Z, or modify it. I think maybe thinking out of the box a little bit, continuance is certainly another option, because any action can be continued to a future date. There's no, if you want to take additional time, consider it. But I also see nothing in here that would prevent delaying the effective date to a future date. So I think that
That's really interesting. You know, the last speaker I thought was really touching. I'm glad you got up and made your comment. I don't know where you went. Because it's true that this is, in some ways, displacement mitigation. But what we're seeing, because you came from your layperson story, I don't know where you are. Oh, there you are. Your layperson's view is that what we are seeing on this end is that we went out and commissioned a study and came back with anti-displacement strategies, recognizing that some neighborhoods in our community, historic neighborhoods, are exceptionally vulnerable. They are more vulnerable than other areas of the community. And that's what we're talking about in trying to protect them from sudden displacement because of new ordinances. So I don't hear anybody up here that doesn't love both of these, but we're having to juggle the fact that we have some really vulnerable neighborhoods that we absolutely care about and absolutely prioritize, and we have to juggle how to protect them from this when we know they're vulnerable and how to operate the rest of this throughout the city. I personally love this idea of adopting with a delay. My question would be, if we adopt with a delay and then we have the displacement strategies come in, are we going to potentially create mess that we have to clean up then? Or can we just say also, I mean, if it's after the displacement, how will we accommodate the language of the displacement?
I'm trying to figure out.
It's also, we're put in conflict because our hand is being forced.
Because.
Well, we have a crisis.
Yeah. And see, what I'm trying to figure out is, like you said, with the anti-displacement, it's actually going to be ways that we can ensure that they're protected from certain things with that, you know, these situations may cause. So by actually voting for it and then delaying the effective date so we can actually dig in and sort of figure out the way to be, you know, to protect them, that makes more sense to me. Because I think, and I'm speaking from being a minority, Black neighborhood, been there, done that, seen it a lot. And I think that for me, I think a lot of people do not really have the understanding of what this does. People think that if you pass this, then I'm gonna have to sell my lot, okay? You know, or they think that predator builders will come to them and swindle them out of their lot and then build, you know, these expensive houses, which this is what they fear. So I'm saying that if there is a way that we could actually ensure that each person, you know, give them the information they need or, you know, whatever, that they can reach out to a source if they're interested in selling their lot, so we can guide them the best way to do it, to protect them, and also maybe do what they need to do. Because that's basically what it is. They fear that they're going to be swindled because that's what's happened to a lot of Blacks in the community for years. There's a fear. But we're saying, guess what? Don't fear this, because there is a way that you can actually build generational wealth in your community by using this tool. And if we keep denying it and let it pass, because every day I sell homes in a lot of the legacy communities. And I tell you something, and plenty of times I've seen situations where if this would have been available, I could have given that option to that client to keep them from losing their home. Or either showing them a way that they could take that home. A lot of times when we sell the homes may be in disrepair because they can't, you know, take care of them. And then I can tell them, guess what, we can sell this lot here, which I've done. And they've taken the money and put in that home and redid the home. And so there are so many different ways this can benefit. So I like the idea, rather than keep pushing this down, that we actually take a vote, delay the effective date. That way we can do our you know, studies or whatever we need to do, put protections in place, educate the community, and move forward. Because you're looking at, what, a couple thousand lots that we could actually free up or whatever, and we just can't keep, and that way we're not pressured to run into trying to get an anti-displacement thing in place, because it's going to change. I tell people all the time, nothing is definitive. So even if we come up with anti-displacement ways to work with it, we can improve on that and change. But I just really think, like she said, no action, so you know, sometimes no action or inaction is no action. And I think this is an opportunity, because it's been pushed down the line so far. I think it's an opportunity that we may need to take a chance and vote on it with a delayed effective date.
I kind of agree. I mean, I'm kind of remembering too that we also heard from CAN, the Coalition of Asheville Neighborhoods, that they had some concerns. And I wonder, you know, we're talking about the 18 months it took to get here. And if we were to take action and have a delayed effective date, it forces our hand. That's the timeline. Because we were told that this would be ready for September, which is why these hearings are tonight, and it wasn't. And that's on us. That's us getting on our own way. And so if we put a timeline on it, it has to be ready. It has to, I mean,
We have to do it.
I kind of like that. It forces our hand.
Yeah.
It means that the Coalition of Asheville Neighborhoods will need to rally for their input. It means, you know, the little areas, our legacy neighborhoods will have to rally for their input. If we can do it, I'm supportive. I'm thinking that January is probably not likely. I don't see much happen over the holiday months. I'm thinking maybe February.
Staff's thinking January is likely.
Yeah, January is likely. Our planning director is signaling that they'll be ready. So I say, I will make a motion to approve the flag lot amendments as proposed with a delayed effective date of
Just
January.
with an effective date of.
With an effective date of January.
Why don't you say on or before March?
Or you, yeah, you make.
It needs to be a date.
Date
certain.
certain, so you could do
January-
January
And
31,
Councilmember?
2025.
January 31, 2025.
Councilmember Turner, since we are adopting this text amendment, then we'd also need the statement on consistency with the UD, or with the plan.
He wants you to read the motion.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
is
need the
there
motion.
some,
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
a thing, okay. Happy to do that. It's at the end here. Okay. Motion, I move to approve the resident-led proposed wording amendments to Chapter 7 of the Asheville Code of Ordinances. Find that the proposed amendments are reasonable in the public interest and consistent with the comprehensive plan, and will have an effective date of January 31st, 2025, to allow for community input and anti-displacement strategies to be adopted prior.
Very good, no. Do we have a second?
Sandra, a second.
Okay, and
This is with regard to the flag lots and the.
You need two motions,
we
right?
need two
So we need to
motions.
vote on this one.
Let's do the one vote.
One for both?
Yeah, no,
No,
one vote now.
I think we have to vote
I'll
on
go
them
back to
separately.
We
cottage.
do vote on them separately. just
Because
wanna make
there,
sure.
one's,
Yeah.
But I just want
Okay.
to be clear which one we're voting on right now.
This was flag lots.
Okay.
so we have a motion and a second. Council, any questions about what we're doing?
I mean, the things are moving pretty quickly. I'm just trying to absorb.
I'm so surprised we're doing this before our work session on displacement at our next meeting. That really surprises me that we're not even doing a delay.
That's true, yeah.
But there's a motion and a second on the table, thanks, unless anybody wants to rethink that.
I
No,
mean,
it's just-
what, the point of the delayed effective date is to allow for
To allow
the
that to
displacement
happen.
strategies to be
And that way
adopted.
we don't keep pushing.
So,
You know, in all this, I haven't really heard anything about the context of the amendments being not appreciated or needing to be updated or changed. It's the
just-
timeline and the anti-displacement strategies. So I think by agreeing or voting yay to this, we are saying that we will take action on this item. We recognize we've delayed it perpetually and that we have a timeline. But that we will still adopt anti-displacement strategies.
Exactly.
We will still have our affordable housing work session.
So you're
Exactly.
making a motion to approve.
To approve with a delayed,
Effective
date.
date, and then we'll.
Yeah.
get-
because I have confidence we'll get there.
Yeah, I do too.
And you know what? It will feel really good to vote on a citywide initiative for lots instead of apartment complexes.
okay, any other questions, comments before we vote?
I mean, I gotta be honest, like, it's just
Too
a
much.
little left field and it takes me a minute to process and think
We
through
could
all
take a
the,
5-minute break.
the repercussions and
I've
the
been sitting
implications.
here for 3 hours.
Yeah, if you want to take a 5-minute break, we can do that.
No discussion. Bathroom
Okay,
break.
we're taking a 5-minute break.
All right, well, great, then I'll write and think.
Now.
Okay, we're back. Thank you very much, everyone. Council, where we left off, we have a motion and we have a second.
May I say something?
And yes, please.
So I appreciate the time for the break. I wanted to check with our staff. And what I said to them just now was, if we're not going to be ready for this for January 31st, then I'm going to pull the motion. And I think it would be helpful if we heard from staff their response on that. Do you mind speaking to that?
Steph Munson-Dahl again, Planning and Urban Design. Staff feels strongly that by the end of January, we will be able to develop and present to you for adoption one or more zoning tools that will address your concerns around anti-displacement.
Okay, thank you. I say that because I don't take this decision lightly. I do not want to negatively impact our legacy neighborhoods. They have requested more time. They have requested this displacement be in place before this. And out of respect for them, that is why I'm saying a later effective date. So the motion stands.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Questions, comments from council?
So it's the initial motion for January 31st.
January 31st.
And then staff just said that we would have a zoning displacement approach by then.
Yeah.
One or more.
One or more.
One singular or more.
And we
Well,
have
we
a lot of
also
work to
know-
do between now and then. We need to hear from CAN, we need to hear from our legacy neighborhoods, we need to look at
Here,
these
our own
maps.
work session next.
We have our own work session, we have time, but we have to be committed to this, and I think that is kind of the benefit of maybe attaching a timeline when something is taken this long. Wild night in here.
Okay, okay. Well, for
For
zoning
us,
nerds,
for us
yes.
nerds.
Yes, wild night for zoning nerds. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Everybody ready to vote? Ready? Okay, are we, I mean, I'm being serious. Are you ready to vote? Do you,
There's something about the surprise of this that feels very exciting, but it's also like, who picked their night tonight to
Right.
come to council,
Right.
right? And if this was the proposal, would we have had this audience and what emails would we have gotten and what would that conversation be? And there's an analytical part of me that's like, okay, I think this makes a lot of sense, and I know part of our job is to think on the fly, but there's a lot of repercussions here. And there's a lot of community members, like the people in this room, that I talk to when considering this, but I haven't had that conversation. So it does feel creative, and it feels exciting to, I want to do stuff. I don't want to be on a team that just delays stuff all the time. That's not why we volunteer half of our life to this job. I feel that excitement and need, but it also just feels, I don't know, it feels pretty rushed.
So how long has this been going on? How long have we been discussing this topic?
We haven't even had
months.
the work session to look at what our displacement strategies are.
Maggie, if you're signaling that you're going to vote it down, we'll be split, it'll be a no, and we can follow up with a motion to continue.
Right.
And is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so,
I would not say it's rushed. I think we've been talking about flag lots and cottage lots we've seen variations on this presentation, so I'm not, this has been a topic of discussion for some time, and
So we're saying, if we were all to write down what we think anti-displacement strategies look like and read it together, I doubt we would all have the same words. We haven't gone into that conversation. Our staff has been preparing that for us for the end of this month. And so to say we're gonna move forward with a mystery solution to develop between now and then, that's the part that feels rushed, is we want to make sure that we have some of these continuum, pendulum balancing things, so it just feels like.
we have paid for and done a complete study on missing middle housing that had a full set of anti-displacement strategies recommended. So it's not like we have teed up, we have done the homework, we have prepared for the moment to take the next several months and put those strategies in place. It's not, I don't think we're starting from scratch by any means. I just want to make sure that.
I hear that.
I don't see it assuaging your concerns, though.
And so do you want to withdraw the motion?
It sounds like we're withdrawing the motion, only because it will not pass, and a no doesn't help anything. So now I'm withdrawing the motion. It's going to be a little more dramatic, and then I'm going to make a motion to continue this item to the first week of February.
So the only thing I
First
will
hearing.
say to that, and you will have to agree to her withdrawal of the motion. And you won't be here in February.
Option on 775.
Of course, I think we're all in agreement, we want to move ahead with anti-displacement strategies. I do think you raise a good point in that. I don't think there is agreement, generally speaking, in the land planning world of what is exactly displacement strategies. So I think and clearly when you read what displacement strategies include, it includes things that the city doesn't even do. Some we do. I mean, some we have control over and we can do through zoning and we can do things, but some of them are totally outside our purview. So I do worry a little bit about this never happening because we can never get to a place so.
I also want to, out of respect, we have a councilwoman out on family leave who I think would support a continuation. I don't want to speak for her in any way, but I think if she were here, she'd say, let's continue this. We don't have it right yet.
You did speak for her.
I don't want to. I'm guessing. I'm guessing that she would. And I just want to factor that in because it's a little different when we have 6 people and not 7. So the motion has been withdrawn. Do I have a second on that withdrawal?
Or do you agree
Do
to
you
withdraw
agree to
the
withdraw?
motion?
So now can we get some guidance on if we're allowed to adopt?
Well, we
This
gotta-
is a question, just a second, Sandra. This is to you. To your mic, to your.
Do you accept the motion to withdraw the motion?
I accept.
Yeah. We're trying to make it real
Okay, so
confusing.
the motion is withdrawn.
I don't see anywhere in 775 that allows us, in addition to not explicitly saying that we shall or may not vote on this, that we can also continue it. That's not
Okay.
an option on the list.
I will tell you, Councilwoman Rooney, that I had this explicit discussion with our city attorney before he left, and he said you absolutely can continue an item like this, that is a citizen-initiated code change, to any date you want.
We've done it multiple times.
And, right, and you don't have to, unlike a conditional zoning application or a conditional use permit application or something like that, where it has a time frame. In this case, we are allowed to do that.
So I'm making a
Question is
motion
on the record.
to move the flag lot hearing, I guess this is, item to the first council meeting in February of 2025. February 11th, 2025. Can I get a second?
Okay, that's a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Well, there you go.
Okay, and then are you gonna do the
I
same
have
for
a
the
motion,
cottage?
I might make a motion to continue the cottage cluster amendment, text amendment to February 11th, 2025.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. All
Thank
right,
you
everybody,
for
thank
sticking
you.
with us,
Thank you
everyone.
very much.
Email us what you can, I know. We'll get there. All right, council, we do need to do one more piece of business before we go to general public comment, and that is the appointment of 2 planning and zoning commission members. We have 5 eligible applicants: Andrew Fletcher, Anna Zuzkaya, I'm saying that right, Jamika Shante Johnson, Jane Margaret Bell, and Beth Silverman. And I think what we should do, and Maggie is going to write down what you vote, who you vote for. So say it clearly and sort of, clearly and slowly. Please tell us your 2 names, and then we'll see who gets enough votes. Do you want to start, Antoinette?
Okay.
Okay.
I have Anna Zuvinskaya and Jane Margaret Bell.
Ooh, same 2 I have.
I have Jane Bell and Jamika
Johnson. And I've got Anna Zuvinskaya and Beth Silverman.
I wish Beth could have been here.
I have Andrew Fletcher and Jamika Shante Johnson.
I have Jane Margaret Bell and Beth Silverman.
Wow, where does that land us?
Jane Margaret Bell have received 4, and Anna has received 3. Those are the 2.
So do we need to do a second round? Because we don't have a majority vote on the second one. So who, I'm sorry, who was the top vote getter?
Jane Margaret Bell.
Jane Margaret Bell. Okay, so everybody, can you do your 1?
Anna.
Anna.
Jamika.
Beth Silverman.
Anna.
Beth.
I think Anna.
Anna's got 3 votes.
So it's still
It's
3.
still a
It's
lot,
still
because we
3,
don't have
okay.
7 people.
Because we
Yeah.
don't have,
So what do we have to do?
we still have to get.
Okay, I'm gonna switch mine to Anna
Okay.
from Beth. That gives the floor.
I would have loved to have heard Beth interview. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, I know.
She could have been a
couldn't
great
make today.
addition, but she wasn't able to attend her interview.
Okay, we are now ready for
Oh, no. Is
For
there public comment?
public comment. Yes, even though there's a presidential debate
guys.
on right now. But the first person signed up to speak is Andrew Paul.
We have 10 people to speak still?
All right. I'm very sorry, guys. I just had so much to say about missing middle, and I don't have many chances to do it. So thank you all again for hearing me. I just want to, I flubbed a line earlier. Missing middle housing is listed as an anti-displacement strategy on page 134 of the anti-displacement study. My family went to an open house a few weeks ago to check out a townhouse near Vermont Ave. And it's double the square footage of our home now, and we really do need it because our twins right now are sharing a really, really small room. This townhouse that we looked at is walking distance to West Asheville Park and Haywood Road and Lucy Herring. And it's these kinds of homes that we need more of, homes in our close-in neighborhoods. I keep hearing that maybe we just need more homes on corridors, but that's not enough. And frankly, my family doesn't need an apartment on Brevard Road, and we don't need our own 8,000 square foot lot either. Obviously, we couldn't afford that anyways. What we could use is a flat or a townhome in a neighborhood. So when we ask who is missing middle for, it is for families like mine. I keep hearing a lot about a pivot to home ownership, but missing middle is an essential pivot to home ownership. The more options, the lower the costs, the more we can have homes for all kinds of working families like mine. Down payment assistance alone does not get us around the fact that we don't have enough homes where people want to live. And so we are pitting people against each other, and that drives costs up. And the missing middle study makes this really clear, actually, that these are not just rentals that we are talking about. I have friends and family in New York, in California, in Minnesota. All of their starter homes were townhomes or flats. Mine was a flag lot. We're really missing something when we imply that home ownership must be a single-family home on a 6,000 square foot lot. The bottom line is we need to move on these UDL updates. Again, I'm not against an overlay. Asheville for All really believes strongly that the most in-demand neighborhoods have to be included in changes, and changes to the UDO must be broadly applied for this to work, if only because multifamily is more likely to be built where land values are high anyways. Now, if the UDO does not change, that does not stop neighborhoods from changing. We know that. Even with an overlay, you will still get teardowns, but you'll just get bigger luxury single-family homes. And that's not anti-displacement. So people are frustrated. I know you all care about this. Don't get tricked into this very narrow idea of what anti-displacement means. It's all in the report. Anti-displacement means allowing for more infill in our close-in, high-demand neighborhoods. Thank you all again.
Thank you. Stephanie Phillips.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Feltus family, 4th generation, ready for my seat on the family board. Last genealogy class I attended the title was You Think You Know Who You Are, But Can You Prove It? This treasure chest inlaid with gemstones was my grandmother's. Some suggest it's a Biltmore artifact to represent the National Trust. Inside is a teacup monogrammed mother representing the United Kingdom. I'm still married. Research Triangle can cease studying abroad. Prior to 18, Officer Paul Quinn, Wheaton Glenmont Police Station, said I was targeted and he was not at liberty to discuss. Translates to National Security Classified. Daddy taught me the meaning of racketeering and pointed out on an elevator service call. The elevator in the Washington Monument does not fit the hostilities increased. I've been working with and educated by civil servants my whole life. I've documented all I can with law enforcement as I have been instructed. I'm here to offer help to you. Check my resume, long-term tenure, hospitality, Marriott Corporation, fine dining, 17 years with a community college instruction focused on health safety, many boards and committees, service organizations, 2 decades management and staffing. The psychological warfare, near-life ending experiences, acts of intimidation are draining to say the least and motivated by erasing my family's ancestry. Land developers are 40 years behind taking our family farm to build a dam and reservoir. The 1923-26 extension southbound towards Asheville looks stalled, waiting to plumb water to Asheville. We proposed 2 smaller dams in different locations would provide water for agriculture during drought. We seek historical preservation for our farm and suggest the same for Madison and Buncombe County. Enact a temporary moratorium on new and residential commercial building to thoroughly assess vacant commercial and residential properties renovatable for small units. Consult tunnels to towers and consider employing wounded warriors comprising of some of the future residents. And thank you for your consideration. The court system is jammed up. Please sign a peace treaty and let's celebrate.
Gerald Warhan? Yes, I see Rachel Bliss and Bob Lackey if you all want to. Oh, I see, okay.
Good evening. I'll make this brief. I'm sure that's all that's on our minds. I'm Jerry Warhan. I'm representing Veterans for Peace of Western North Carolina and the numerous endorsers that will be named at the end of my reading. This is speaking in promotion of a City of Asheville proclamation pertaining to the International Day of Peace. Whereas in 1981, the United Nations General Assembly declared that September 21st shall be officially proclaimed and observed as the International Day of Peace and shall be devoted to commemorating and strengthening the ideals of peace both within and among all nations and peoples, and alleviating tensions and causes of conflict. And whereas the UN General Assembly also declared that this day should be observed as a day of global ceasefire and nonviolence, an invitation to all nations and people to honor a cessation of hostilities for the duration of the day. And whereas the UN General Assembly invites regional and non-governmental organizations and individuals to commemorate in an appropriate manner the International Day of Peace, including through education and public awareness. And whereas our earth has been devastated and desecrated from endless wars and acts of violence, not only harming and killing humans, but also polluting the earth's environment. And whereas until nuclear weapons are abolished, our planet faces an existential threat from these weapons, and whereas while injustice exists anywhere on our planet, we cannot achieve a just and lasting peace on our planet, and whereas efforts in Western North Carolina, such as reparations and addressing the needs of the unhoused, are important to achieving peace with justice in our community, and whereas citizens have a duty to assemble, discuss, and make their desires for global and local peace with justice known to their elected leaders. Now, therefore, Esther E. Mannheimer, Mayor of the City of Asheville, does hereby proclaim September 21st, 2024 as International Day of Peace in Asheville and encourages all residents to engage in activities that promote peace with justice in our community and to think globally and act locally. And personally, to that I will add that we also have a fervent yearning for peace in Ukraine and the Holy Land. Following me will be Bob Lackey.
Thank you. Rachel Bliss?
Can Bob Lackey speak after me?
He is signed up after you, yes.
Yeah, I just want to invite you all to our celebration. Councilwoman Kim Rooney will be reading the proclamation there, and it will be at Land of the Sky Church over on 15 Overbrook Place. And we're hoping that we get a big crowd. We're going to have Billy Jonas will be providing music at the event, and a gentleman who just interviewed us today, Bob and I, he'll be our MC, and his name is McNair Izzard. And he has a show on 103.3. So you're all invited. We will be naming the Peacemaker of the Year. We'll be reading the proclamations again. And we'll be trying, I hope, to find ways that all the different peace groups in Asheville can work together to bring about true peace here and away. We're all worried about mass shootings that happened in Georgia just last week. And I don't see any improvement until we can get our country in order. As long as we have a violent society, a violent government, we will never have peace here. So now I would like to ask Bob Lackey to come up and talk about all the endorsers of our proclamation.
The endorsers of the proclamation are Peace is Possible North Carolina, Elder and Sage Community Gardens, Asheville Friends Meeting, Carolina Jews for Justice, Interfaith Initiative for Social Justice, Friends Committee on National Legislation, Western North Carolina, Unitarian Universalist Congregation of Asheville, Western North Carolina Physicians for Social Responsibility, Western North Carolina for Peace, Proposition 1 Campaign for a Nuclear-Free Future, St. Eugene Catholic Church, North Carolina Peace Action, Peace Day Asheville, Becky's Memorial Peace Garden, Mama and Papa Bear's Peace Garden, North Carolina Coalition for Alternatives to the Death Penalty, Veterans for Peace, Land of the Sky, United Church of Christ. Thank you.
Thank you. Paige Huzak? Huziak. Okay, somebody had to put the E after the Z.
Like many people who have been coming to City Council in the last 11 months, I too am concerned about the bigotry and intolerance in our community. I see this bigotry when I find Patriot Front stickers in my neighborhood, as they are an openly white Christian nationalist neo-Nazi organization. I see bigotry and Nazi graffiti at various businesses in our community in the last year. I see intolerance when threats of physical violence are wielded against people with which I disagree about global politics, and I condemn that too, despite our differences. But I also condemn the intolerance, bigotry, harassment, doxing, and threats, violence, and actual violence that I've experienced and witnessed against people in our community who are advocating for Palestinian liberation. In addition to the bigotry and religious intolerance I see and experience in the streets of Asheville, I also condemn the bigotry and intolerance I see right here in City Council chambers week after week. While I may disagree with the morality of attempting to justify collective punishment, indefinite occupation, and apartheid for any reason, I recognize that this is within the bounds of free speech and has to be tolerated here. I do not believe that using a century-old openly racist newspaper clippings to support your reasoning is within the bounds of free speech, but instead goes against the rules of decorum that the City Council has adopted but fails to enforce against one particular viewpoint. I believe it is hate speech to allow someone to use their own experience with a fringe religious fundamentalist group to smear 1 billion people as sharing those fringe views. You allowed people to claim that every single nation and a region of the world is a totalitarian, violent regime that mistreats its own citizens and hides behind their own children while they commit atrocities. I'm sure you would recognize this as a violation of your rules of decorum if that region of the world didn't happen to be inhabited by Muslim and Arab people. I am confident that City Council will not allow me to stand up here and call people who disagree with me that Palestinians deserve the same liberty, self-determination, and peace as any other group on earth, terrorists or terrorist supporters, but you allow the reverse month after month. You would not allow me to stand up here and talk about my experiences with Christian fundamentalism and say that all Christians will not stop until the red, white, and blue is replaced with a cross. Nor should you allow me to. But you allow this to happen the other way all the time. Not only are you complicit with what is recognized under international law as a plausible genocide in Palestine by refusing to consider the ceasefire resolution, you are complicit with the Islamophobia and anti-Arab racism that you allow in these chambers and tacitly endorse with your inaction week after week. Our Arab, Muslim, and Muslim community members deserve better than this. I want to remind Council that many people in our community experience oppression for many different reasons, and none of us can have our safety at the expense of another's. Our safety can only be secured by the end of the oppression of all people.
Thank you. Nicole Lopez. Micah Grant Tomlinson.
Hello. I'm here to voice my sadness and frustration that our City Council has not taken up a vote on the ceasefire resolution. I have wanted to come to City Council for a long time now, but this is my first time getting here because until now, my work schedule did not allow me to show up. I know there are many others like me in this town who are not able to attend these meetings, but want to see a stance by the City Council, a stance that recognizes the humanity of Palestinians. The Israeli government continues to murder Palestinians at an alarming rate. While the official death toll is over 41,000, many humanitarian organizations believe the true death toll is over 200,000. We know that at least 16,000 children have been murdered by the IOF. We also know that the Israeli snipers have targeted and killed at least 116 children. A sniper has shot an American activist in the head and killed them while in the West Bank just this past Friday. At the time of the shooting, the protests that they were attending had already dissipated. Israel brags about the skill and accuracy of their snipers, so it is clear to me that these killings are not by accident. They are intentionally killing Palestinian civilians and those who dare to support them. It is also no accident that the Israeli military has bombed and raided nearly every hospital in Gaza. They have destroyed every school in Gaza, and they have continued to block humanitarian aid, food, and medical supplies that are necessary to sustain life in Gaza. There's also now a polio outbreak in Gaza. These are war crimes being committed by the Israeli military, and the US government continues to send bombs and military funds to the IOF despite this fact. Our tax dollars are supporting genocide. I would like to see our city take a stand and join over 100 other cities in the US and adopt a ceasefire resolution to send a message to the US government that we do not want our tax dollars going to support genocide. You all taking a vote can have an impact. It may not change the minds of those in Washington, but it might inspire other cities to take a stand, and it will signal to our community that we value human life and that we do not value some life more than others based on their race, ethnicity, or where they are born. Palestinians are humans, and they deserve the right to self-determination and life. Free Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you. Elise Martyr.
Hello again. My name is Elise Martyr, and I come before you now as the interim chair of the Neighborhood Advisory Committee. And I'm here tonight to invite you all and the members of the public to our second annual Festival of Neighborhoods, which is taking place this Saturday, September 14th, from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. at Martin Luther King Jr. Park. This event is free, and it's open to everyone with activities designed for all ages. One of our key goals as the Neighborhood Advisory Committee and one of your council priorities is to build neighborhood resilience. At the festival, we'll be offering tools and information to empower residents in this effort. It's an opportunity to learn more about neighborhood initiatives, engage with local organizations, and connect with neighbors. In addition to food trucks, games, and family-friendly activities, the festival offers a chance to meet and interact with departments from the city of Asheville, giving residents a direct line to learn more about the services which affect their everyday life. Along that same line, I am told that there'll be representatives from the county's tax assessor's office who will be at the festival. So if you have any questions about like the upcoming reappraisal process or filing an appeal or property tax relief programs, this would be a really great opportunity to learn about those resources. And while I have the opportunity, I want to thank a few donors who their donations helped to provide the entertainment for the festival. Those were A New Hope Home Care, Embark Dental, General Insurance Services of Asheville, and Self-Help Credit Union. And I'd also like to acknowledge and profusely thank the volunteers who served on the planning committee. From NAC, that was Elizabeth Likas, Moira Belange, and Jake Smith, and they were joined by Will Hornaday, Laura McPherson, Samuel Quick, and Victoria Williamson. And altogether, these folks put in so many hours over the last 6 months to put this event together, and I'm really grateful for that. So just once again, we hope to see you this Saturday, September 14th, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. at MLK Junior Park for the 2nd Annual Festival of Neighborhoods.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, that concludes our general public comment, and we are adjourned.